Hello and welcome back to Sports Beyond Cancer. This is Shourabh Vittalmurthy here. Hope we're all doing good today. We are back for the ninth game of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup between South Africa and Canada. Canada earlier today winning the toss and putting in South Africa into the bat. So that's the news out there from the middle. Thank you one and all for joining in for the live stream of the game from South Africa versus Canada happening right here at the Narendra Modi Stadium here in Ahmedabad. This is a Group D encounter and ninth game of the ongoing tournament. And kindly forgive us as we had some other commitments this morning. We weren't able to cover the game. Scotland versus Italy at Kolkata, where Scotland winning the game by a huge margin by 73 runs, and a decent debut for Italy in the ICC tournament today. And in the other game, an easy game for Zimbabwe, where they easily outclassed Oman for 103 and then chased the target with about 6.5 overs to spare and won the game by 8 wickets. And currently we are here right now at Ahmedabad for this game, ninth game of the tournament, and this tournament has been shaping well so far. Third day into the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026, and it's been shaping pretty well here. To all of you who have joined in, thank you for all the support you've shown, and please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. So after the end of the first over, South Africa are 7 for no loss. Haliger into the attack. A half tracker there, Loosener there, wide outs off the off stump. Markram misses out there, hits it straight to the cover fielder, and that'll just be a dot ball. The ball was there to be hit, a lot of width out there. He will be disappointed with himself. Hit it straight to the hands of the fielder there on one bounce, and that'll be a dot ball. Aiden Markram, the South African skipper, the 31-year-old from Centurion, on strike. Lot of width this time, bowled in full, and this time he finds the gap through the infield, goes through the cover region, and that'll be a boundary for Markram. The first of the night today for Markram. A beautiful shot. An outsinger, a fuller length delivery, wide outside the off stump, and he hits it beautifully through the covers, and that'll be 4 runs to the South African skipper there. Well, that's the news out there from the middle. To all of you who have joined in, welcome back to Sports Beyond Cancer. This is Shourabh Vittalmurthy, a former sports journalist, now bringing you the live gaming action from the comfort of my desk, courtesy due to my battles with cancer. For the first time, venturing out to this new phase of covering games from YouTube. I hope you all are enjoying it, and that's the story out there. Thank you for joining in, and please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. South Africa 11 for no loss after 1.3 overs, the run rate 7.33. Haliger running in once again, this time angling in. Beautiful shot, goes through the line of the ball and hits it wonderfully through the line between the cover fielders and the mid off fielder there, wonderfully dissecting them, and that will run away to the boundary ropes. Beautiful shot from the South African skipper. Once again in the driving zone, and Markram will definitely love it there. His strength lies in driving the ball through the covers, and wonderfully pitched up to him. Haliger not learning from his first mistake. Once again, this time well ball, no swinger, just outside the off stump, go within the wide guidelines, and that'll just be a dot ball. 15 for no loss after 1.5. To all the people who have joined for this live commentary, thank you for tuning in. This is Shourabh Vittalmurthy bringing you the live action from Ahmedabad, the Narendra Modi Stadium here. The umpires for today are Jayaraman, Madana Gopal, and Nitin Menon, and the third umpire is Sharfadullah. So Canada earlier winning the toss and putting the opposition into bat. And this time he's traced down the line, and the umpires will have to flex his arms there. That'll be the first. That'll be wide. White ball. 16 for no loss after 1.5. What do you guys think should be the target which Canada needs to defend? I mean, the target that Canada needs to restrict South Africa under. Once again, lot of width there. This time a little bit short, but a lot of width, and he goes through the drive once again. This time through the point region, and it'll completely beat the fielder there coming from the third man region. 4 runs, three boundaries in the over, and that'll be the end of the second over. And South Africa 20 for no loss after 2 overs. Aiden Markram on 13, not out, and Quinton de Kock on 4. The South African openers, the current run rate 10. Good start for the South African cricket team there. They will be keen to reciprocate the performance of the previous World Cup, but this time they would be keen to better it by one step. That would be to win the World Cup. They have choked under pressure on several occasions, especially in the knockout games in the last time. Unfortunately, in the finals against India, this time they will be hoping to better it and hoping to get the silverware. This time, wonderfully bowled. Sana into the attack for the second over, taking it away from the hitting arc of de Kock. He goes along with the shot, but missing the line and length there, and that'll be a dot ball. Thank you for joining in, folks. Please do let us know what target should Canada be trying to restrict South Africa under so that they have a chance in this game. Banged in shot, good length delivery, angling into the batter, and Quinton de Kock taps it wide of the short third man fielder, and they have sufficient time to pick a single there. Ahmedabad has always been known to produce big scores, and how much can the South African team, the heavily batting order loaded South African team, can get on this venue? And it's generally seen that a lot of teams have scored about 200, especially in the first innings. And but the key will be to get some wickets with the new balls. This surface definitely provides assistance for the new bowlers, for the pacers, especially with the new ball. So let's see how the bowlers can exploit those conditions, which is in favor of them. Canada making it to this would be the second T20 World Cup in the history. The last time that was in 2024, a second outing for them. And last time they managed to defeat Ireland, but couldn't go past the group stage. So they need to see how things go here. But for South Africa, finalists in the last season, they will be eager to better it this time. They would be eager to get their hands on silverware. But they've had a worst patch since the last World Cup finals until now. Like they have scored. Oh, short of a length delivery. Wide outside the off stump. Goes for the hard slash. And that's a top edge. Flying to the fielder there at short third man. And he puts in a wonderful dive towards his left. But doesn't manage to latch onto it. And that would be considered as a drop chance. The ball was flying past him. He puts in a full length drive. And the bowler is disappointed. He's put it down. Quinton de Kock survives here. A wild slash from de Kock, and the ball flying out off the outside edge. And the fielder, the short third man region, putting it down. A good length dive from the fielder, but unfortunately fails to hold on to the catch. This time angling into the pads and beautifully punched. A wonderful, wonderful shot there from Aiden Markram. He's continuing a prime form there on the pads, angling into the batter. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just punched it down between the fielders at mid-wicket and mid-on region. And the ball races away to the boundary. Pure timing there from the batter there. 4 runs to the South African skipper there. 28 for no loss after 2.5. A beautiful shot there. Sana once again, poor bowling, straying down the pad, straying down the leg. All Markram had to do was to get some bat, and it tickles down to the boundary towards the third man region for 4 runs. Beg your pardon, no bat there. It hits his pad and goes towards the boundary. 4 runs to end the over. After the end of 3 overs, South Africa 32 for no loss. Well, they are en route to put up a good score here. Wonderful start for the South African openers. 32 for no loss after 3 overs. More than often, the team batting first here on this surface puts up 200 runs, and South Africa will be keen to put up the score out there, especially against Canada. Zafar, the left arm spinner. He's been brought into the attack now. Saad bin Zafar, the 39-year-old left arm orthodox spinner. Can he produce a moment of magic? Will he be able to trouble this time? Beautiful drive from de Kock. Hanged in back and hits it past through the cover fielder. And the fielder runs back and cuts it down before the boundary ropes. 2 runs for the batter there. De Kock trying to hit the ball too hard on a couple of occasions. This time timing the ball between the fielders there. The run rate climbing up to 10.74. And the Canada skipper Dilpreet Bajwa making some minute field adjustments there. This time flighted delivery outside the off stump. He drives it straight to the fielder there, all along the ground to the cover fielder there, and that will just be a dot ball. Zafar into the action now. Well flighted delivery this time, goes inside out. Pure, beautiful shot there. Just pitches before the boundary ropes in the sweeper cover region. Wonderful shot there. Beg your pardon, towards the deep cover region. That will be 4 runs for Quinton de Kock. He makes some room towards the leg side, goes inside out, and beautifully picking up the gap there. 4 runs for de Kock. This time steps down the ground and hits it straight past the bowler and goes past the mid-off fielder there. And that will be 4 runs for Quinton de Kock. Wonderful shots. Charges down the wicket as soon as he sees the flight and hits it straight towards the mid-off region, and the ball racing away to the boundary. Once again, well bowled today. Charges down the wicket and yorking himself out there. Quinton de Kock bowled it wide outside the off stump as soon as he saw the batter charging outside. Bowled it wide outside the reach of the batter. Quinton de Kock managing to squeeze out the ball out there, almost chopping onto the stumps, but nothing damaged there. And the last ball, he tries to hit it, only managing to hit it to the deep short square leg fielder there, and that'll just be 1 run, and he will retain the strike. After the end of 4 overs, South Africa 43 for no loss, and the current run rate 10.67. That's the scenario out here in Ahmedabad from the Narendra Modi Stadium. Thank you for all for joining in for the live commentary of the 9th game of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. 2026. This is Shourabh Vittalmurthy bringing you the game live from the Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad. And please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Kindly excuse me, we could not cover the games this morning because of some commitments, and we are back here to cover the ninth game, the third game of the day. South Africa put into bat by Canada, who earlier won the toss, and Bajwa into the attack, and that's a wide ball, but well kept by the keeper there. Was going down the leg, collects it beautifully and whips the bail off. Beautiful reflexes there. This time the batter tries to back off towards the leg side, but Bajwa cleverly following him and cramping him for space there. All he can do is tap it to the long on region, and that'll just be one run for the batter there. The run rate 10.80. South Africa 45 for no loss after 4.1. Canada skipper goes into the attack now. This time bowls it short. Quick through the air, darts it in. A little bit of width, and that's all required for Markram. Rocks back and cuts it past the point fielder there. A diving effort from the point fielder, and the ball goes through the infield, and no protection out there in the day given its power play, and that'll be a beautiful 4 runs for Markram. Markram has been wonderful playing some shots in this power play. He's been picking up the gaps, going through the infield, and once again fetching one more for boundary for himself and South Africa. This time beautifully darted in the air. That was quicker through the air. All Markram can do is tap it to the fielder at long on. 50 up for South Africa within no time in this ninth match of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. It all took was 4.3 overs for South Africa to get to the 50 runs. A wonderful start for South Africa openers out here. This time to de Kock. Misfield there by the fielder at short square leg, and that will give batters the opportunity to pick up 2 runs. Bajwa wouldn't be pleased with that effort there, but nevertheless 2 runs for the batter there, and the run rate now getting in close towards 11.5. This time darts it in quickly. Quinton de Kock happy to tap it down to the fielder at long on. To all the viewers who have joined us, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Please share with your friends, family, relatives, cousins, grandparents, grandchildren, and please join in the sporting community, and please support the cause, support my journey, and support my passion for sports and sports journalism. That would mean a lot. Every single subscribe will give me the motivation to wake up every single day, to come back to you, to come back and do what I love the most, to talk about sports, to talk about sporting communities, and to spread sporting participation, and to promote sports among the community. So thank you for coming here, but please stay tuned and keep this support all along the journey, and please hit the subscribe button and also click on the notification button. And if you have the time, please let us know in the comment section what do you think should be a good score for Canada to restrict South Africa under, so that they have a chance in this game, especially given this is the Narendra Modi Stadium, where the batting team generally in the first inning scores about 200 runs. So please drop in your comment. Jaskarandeep Singh has been brought into the attack with an economy rate of 7.53. He's played 13 matches, picked up 12 wickets with a strike rate of 14.67. He will be running in to bowl to the South African skipper. Good ball there. Good length ball angling into the pads. And Markram happy to tap it back to the fielder there at mid-on. And that will be a dot ball. The last over before the relaxation of the fielding restrictions. And run rate now 10.45. The South Africans will be pleased with the way their openers have started this game. 54 runs of 31 balls. That's the equation out there. And Markram has been looking in wonderful nick today. Beautiful shots this evening. He's been dominating the bowlers, especially by picking the gaps, hitting the ball all along the ground. Perfect, pure timing out there, finding the meat of the bat. He has been playing some traditional cricketing shots and finding the gaps and piercing the infield. And here he picks up yet another single. This time taps it to the deep square leg region. Nothing more than 1 run for Markram there. Please drop in your comments. Eagerly waiting to hear your comments. What do you think should be a good score for Canada to chase here against the South African bowling lineup? Jaskarandeep this time angles it into the pads of de Kock and he taps it towards the fielder there at the backward square leg region. Canada, a second outing into this T20 ICC Men's T20 World Cup. The first time was in 2024 where they managed to defeat Ireland but couldn't go past the group stage. So this would be the second outing and they would be keen to better the performances, just like South Africa, who were the runner-ups in the 2024 World Cup, and this time they will be eager to better it by one step by getting their hands on the silverware. Let's see how they fare in this ongoing tournament, and they have been promising lately, in the recent times, but if you consider that, it's a good ball, poor ball, onto the pads, and Markram once again beautifully hits it straight over towards the long on fence. 6 runs into the stands. It was in his arc and he wonderfully goes through the line in a single motion there. Doesn't try to hit it too hard and it goes into the stands. 6 runs for the South African skipper. And as I was telling you, South Africa haven't had a good time since the end of the 2024 World Cups. I think they lost a lot of... They won around, out of 32 games, they won just 12 games and lost 20 games. So that's a bad win to loss ratio, especially after they were the finalists in the 2024 World Cup. So they'll be keen to put all the demons back, put all the history back and start afresh going ahead in this tournament. And today's their opener. Wonderfully ball. Great comeback from the bowler there. Beautiful Yorker. And Markram respecting the Yorker, managing to squeeze it out. The ball goes back to the bowler. Wonderful comeback from Jaskarandeep there. Bowled it quick, right at the black hole. And Markram managing to squeeze it out. And that'll be just a dot ball. 5.5 overs done. The last ball before the end of the power play. And South Africa 62 for no loss. And Jaskarandeep running in for the one last time in this over, in his first over. Running into the South African skipper, Aiden Markram. Can he get a maximum of the last ball of the power play? This time goes through the line. The ball was angling in. Just manages to go over the diving fielder, the stretched out fielder there at mid-on region. And the ball trickles down to the boundary into the fence. The South African skipper would have had his heart in his mouth, but the ball goes over the stretched fielder there. And that'll be the end of the over, end of the power play. 66 for no loss after the end of the 6 overs with a run rate of 11 runs. And the South African openers will be extremely happy with the way they were batted out there in the middle. A luckily reply for the South African skipper. The ball going over the mid-on fielder and 12 runs coming off it and 66 for no loss. To all the listeners out there, thank you for tuning into Sports Beyond Cancer. Extremely happy for all the support you guys have been showing to me, especially the past 2 days. And please forgive me. I wasn't able to cover the morning 2 games today due to some commitments. I've been running around and managing other stuff, the chaos that's happening around my life. As you can see, it's clearly evident by the name of the channel, Sports Beyond Cancer. 5 cancers at the age of 33, and that's been my story so far. Managed to defeat the 5th cancer with which I was struggling for the past 2.5 years. I currently entered my remission, and because I've entered my remission, now I have the time to talk to you guys. This time not from the ground, not from the stadiums, right from the desk of my comfort of my home. So I've entered remission, so traveling gonna be extremely difficult for me. So that's been my story, and thank you for all the love and support you guys have been showing me. And here we are back again with the limited resources we have, covering as many games as possible. I will try to be consistent. Thank you for showing all the love and support, and thank you for being here for supporting this cause, and thank you for being a part of this integral community, the sporting community, and thank you for showing me the power of the human spirit and how we can uplift one another. Thank you for being here as we cover this ninth T20I International from the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026, right from Ahmedabad, from the Narendra Modi Stadium. After the end of the over, that will be 66 for no loss, and the umpire calls in for drinks break. To all the viewers who have just joined us, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. This will mean a lot to our cause, journey, and motivation, as this will give us a purpose to wake up each day and work towards it and improve it. And with time, once we reach 500 subscribers, we'll be eager to improvise on all the tech and tool that we have, and so we can give you better content, better statistics, better animation. So please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. And Bajwa back into the second over, and this time wonderfully bowls it, flights it, and the ball angles into the batter there, pitches and turns in towards the batter. Quinton de Kock happy to tap it back to the bowler. That'll just be a dot ball. This time flighted onto the pads, and he tucks it away beautifully towards the deep mid-wicket region, and the fielder there will cut it off, and the batters will easily come back for the 2 runs. Once again, well bowled, angling into the wicket there, and he taps it gently to the fielder there in the point region and picks up 1 run. 69 for no loss, 10.62 the run rate. Quinton de Kock has been in exceptional form recently. So has been Aiden Markram. A heavy batting order lineup for South Africa today. They will be keen to make the most out of it. This time flighted through the air, driving length. He drives it to the sweeper cover there. Nothing more than 1 run. Wonderful bowling by the Canada skipper there. Bowling according to his field plan, and the ball's been hit to the sweeper cover. This time to de Kock. Flighted delivery, and he's missed it. He tries to flick it to on the leg side, and he's missed it, and the ball crashes into the stump. The off stump goes cartwheeling there, and Bajwa draws first blood there of the evening. Quinton de Kock has to make the long walk back home towards the pavilion. A well flighted delivery, and Quinton de Kock misses the line and length of the ball. It was a full toss, and he tried to flick it towards the onside, but completely closing the face of the bat too early, and the ball crashes into the stump. He has to depart for 25 of 22. He was struggling there out a little bit to time the ball, to find the meat of the ball, and the South African wicketkeeper will have to make way, and he's been dismissed for 25. Bowled Dilpreet Bajwa, and the score is 70 for 1 after 6.5 overs. This time he's bowled a no ball out there. The ball was wide outside the leg stump, but that should have been called a wide, but he's overstepped it, so that will be a no ball. And the free hit all. And the free hit delivery, he squeezes it out to the point region. And that'll just be one run there. So 72 for 1 after the end of 7 overs. Quinton de Kock. Clean bowl by the Canadian skipper Bajwa out there in the previous over. Completely missing the line of the ball. Tries to flick it too early. And you mid high hit kind of a situation there. And he has to make the long walk back after scoring 25. Ansh Patel is into the attack. Wonderfully bowled. Angling into the batter. Taking the ball away from the batter there. But Rickleton driving it past the cover region towards the deep cover region and managing to get 2 runs out there. 74 for 1 with a run rate of 10.33. That's the situation out there in the middle now. Rickleton has come in to join his skipper, Aiden Markram, who's been batting wonderfully today. He's been timing the ball to perfection, picking the gaps, those wonderful drives, those wonderful cut shots. This time flighted through the air, turning away from the batter outside the off stump. He opens the face of the bat and taps it to the fielder there at point region. No run out there. Ansh Patel, the left arm orthodox bowler for Canada, into his first over. Rickleton, can he go big here? Can he take the chances on the spinner there? This time, poor delivery, angling down the deck, straying down the pads, and he has such time that he goes down on one knee and sweeps it towards the deep fine leg region there. 4 runs for Rickleton. Easy pickings there. That was a boundary all day, written all apart. Easy boundary out there for Rickleton. 4 runs. Ansh Patel wonderfully flighted. Ryan Rickleton hitting it all along the ground towards the fielder there at long off. 1 run to the score. To all the gentlemen who have joined here, Canada earlier winning the toss here at the Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad, and putting South Africa into the bat. The runner-ups from the T20 24 edition, South Africa, will be keen to better their performances by one more step to get that hands on that silverware. This time, too close to cut, and Markram missing the line of the ball there. Wonderful bowling, well tossed up delivery, coming into the batter outside the off stump, and that'll be a dot ball. Wonderful ball there from Ansh Markram. Last ball of the over. This time banged in shot. Markram rocks back to the back foot, and he will find the fielder there at long off as he drives it all along the ground. That will be just 1 run to end the over. So with beautiful over for Ansh Patel there, just 8 coming off it, and that will be 80 for 1 after 8, South Africa. So let's have a look at the team of South Africa, the batters to come. How do they look today? They have the likes of Dewald de Brevis, David Miller, Tristan Stubbs, and Marco Jansen and Corbin Bosch. What a lineup that is. A power-laden batting lineup for South Africa. Markram, Quinton de Kock, Ryan Rickleton, Dewald Brevis, who's been in wonderful form lately, especially in the South Africa T20 League Series. Unfortunate to lose out there in the finals for the Capitals. Eventually, he scored a century, but a great youngster for South Africa who's been rising on the ranks recently. And Tristan Stubbs, the wicket-keeper batter, David Miller, the ever-experienced, and Marco Jansen. He can do the big tonking, the big, tall, lanky guy. And Tristan Stubbs, who brings in the right mix of balance, who can as well as shift gears. knock the balls around, and if needed, can tonk it really hard, just like you saw in the South Africa T20 finals. This time, Zafar into the attack, and he bowls it in a shot, and the more batter Rickleton rocks back and hits it towards the long off fielder, and let's just be 1 run. Zafar into his second over. The first one going away for 11 runs. This time, Markram rocks back and hits it towards the sweeper cover region, only to get 1 run. The run rate slowly dipping down from 11.5 to 10.08, 84 for 1. How the Canada managed to slow down things with the introduction of spinners here. 84 for 1 after 8.2 overs, 10.08, but Markram is batting out there, brilliantly out there in the middle. Wonderful ball, but a lot of width there, and he goes with a cut shot towards the deep point region. Good fielding out there in the deep from the fielder there from Sipo cover. He releases the ball quickly back to the keeper, and the batters will have to be content with just 1 run there. 85 for 1 after 8.3. The run rate exactly 10 now. To all the listeners out there, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Zafar here. Wonderful ball. Pitched outside the off stump and going away from the batter there. Markram had moved way to across, and all he can get is some bat, and the ball rolls back to the bowler there. The score predictor is 205 for South Africa at this stage, if they continue to go on with this rate. Wonderfully bowled. The ball stopped on him. The ball was in the air, well wide out to the left of the bowler, and the ball trickles down to the fielder at long off region. Just 1 run. No damage done there. Zafar this time flighted delivery outside the off stump. Opens the face of the bat there. Ryan Rickleton, and guides it towards the backward point region. A great diving effort, full stretch diving effort there from the fielder, coming in from sweeper cover, but the ball goes past him. He managed to stop the ball, but unfortunately the ball trickles down gently to the fence, and that will be 4 runs to end the over. 4 runs to South Africa and 4 runs to Rickleton, and that will be 10 runs coming off the over. And South Africa 90 for 1 after the end of the 9 overs, and the run rate 10 runs per over. Welcome to all the listeners who have just joined in to the live stream of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026. This is Shourabh Vittalmurthy, a former journalist, bringing you the live action from Ahmedabad, the Narendra Modi Stadium. So Bajwa, wonderfully flighted ball, angling into the batter, and Markram hits it past the bowler powerfully straight down the ground. No chance there for the fielders out there in the deep. 4 runs to Markram. A well-flighted delivery, angling into the darted into the pads, and he hits it straight down the ground. No fielders moved out there. An outstretched hand from the bowler, but it was hit too quick, and 4 runs. Well-flighted delivery outside the off stump, and he's managed to get the edge of the batter there. It's gone in the air, and just above the fielder there in the cover region, swirling above his head, but was a little bit far from him. Lucky there for Markram, survives this. A poor shot there. Got tempted into the shot, was never meant to be hit in that direction. This time angled into the water. Markram happy to tap it towards the deep mid-wicket region and give the strike back to Rickleton. 9.3 overs, 97 were here, 97 for 1. The teams batting first at Ahmedabad generally tends to get 200 runs here, 200 plus runs here. That's been the history so far. This time well-flighted delivery, angling into the batter, and Rickleton taps it past the bowler, and the fielder from long on will cut it off, and the batters will comfortably come back for 2 runs. Bajwa into his third over, 26 for 1. He picked up the wicket of the dangerous Quinton de Kock. Clean bowled, and Quinton de Kock had to depart early for 25 runs. This time bowls it in short, rocks back and cuts it towards the point fielder, the deep point region there. But the fielder from the sweeper cover will cut it off and keep it only to 1 run. And South Africa have here reached 100 runs, 100 for 1. 9.5 overs is all it took for South Africa to reach 100 runs with a run rate of 10.17. Bajwa for one last time in his third over. Flighted delivery this time, angling into the batter. Couldn't time it well there. Poor fielding out there in the deep. The ball was hit wide of long on fielder there. One bounce and he's made a mess out of it. And he's let the ball go from his hand. That'll be 4 runs and that'll also bring the 50 half century for the South African skipper here with a strike rate above 178. A wonderful knock here from the South African skipper, leading the charge from the front in their World Cup opener in this ongoing campaign. 50 of 28 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. A strike rate of 178.57 as the partnership slowly now climbing to 34 of 19. And that will be just 14 runs off the over. A good over for South Africa. And South Africa 104 for 1 at the halfway stage of their innings. Beg your pardon there, kindly excuse me. And Zafar into the attack this time. A well-flighted delivery in the arc of Rickleton. And he goes for the wonderful sweep shot. A slog sweep shot. And that'll be 6 runs. The ball sails into the stands at the deep mid-wicket region. 6 runs for Rickleton here. This time slowed it down in the air. Rickleton early into the shot, but makes the last minute adjustment and taps it towards the sweeper cover there. 1 run. Good change of pace and length there from the bowler there. The partnership, the second wicket partnership now 41 of 23. Aiden Markram 50 in this World Cup game. Bangs it short and Markram, a batsman of Markram's caliber, will not miss out on that. Beautifully cuts it past the fielder there in the point region. The ball's passed through both the fielders, going between the point fielder as well as the short third man. 4 runs there. The captain wouldn't be happy with that line. Zafar this time tries to hit it straight in the air towards the long off region. 1 bounce and it goes to the long off fielder. Just 1 run there. Lucky there for Markram. Didn't get the meat of the bat. Didn't get good connection there. But lucky there. The ball pitching just before going to the long off fielder. This time on to the pads. Poor bowling. You can't bowl there. Rickleton will smash you even in his dreams with that kind of a ball. Angling outside the pads, on the stumps, on the leg stump, beg your pardon, and he goes down on one leg and lifts the ball towards the deep fine leg region, and that will be 4 runs for Rickleton. Poor bowling out there from Zafar. This time flighted outside the off stump and he taps it towards the long off region, and that'll just be 1 run to end the over, and Rickleton will keep the strike. An expensive over here for Canada. A good over here for South Africa as 17 runs come off it, and South Africa 121 for 1 after the end of 11 overs. Aiden Markram now notching up his 4th 50-plus score for South Africa in the T20 World Cup. So the South African captain once again leading from the front. He's been pretty consistent for South Africa, especially in the World Cups. A batter who's known to have a wide range of shots, known for his timing, pierces the infield, wonderfully drives the ball along the covers and towards the long on region. And he's been once again brilliant today. 55 of 30, not unbeaten on 55 of 30 with 9 fours and 1 sixes, 1 6 with a run rate of 183.33. Ansh Patel into the attack for his second over. The orthodox left spinner this time. The ball pitches on the off stump and goes away from the batter. And all Rickle can do is drag the ball towards the long on region for 1 run. He wanted to drag it towards the mid wicket, but unfortunately, he ends up dragging it towards the long on. That'll be just 1 run there. Fielding changes being made here by the Canadian skipper Bajwa. Aiden Markram, as you can see the stats, he would target the extra cover and the long on region, especially against the spin. Can he target on this ball? A flighted delivery. And beautiful shot. He's hit it through the line against the spin. And the ball going towards the deep mid-wicket region. 4 runs all on the ground. What a wonderful shot from Markram there. A lot of room there. And he moves his front leg across and goes along the line, hitting against the spin. And the ball going into the fence there. 4 more runs to the South African skipper. And the fans in the stands are extremely happy. The South African skipper leading the charge from the front in their opening game of this World Cup campaign. Poor ball there, too short. Can this be caught? Wonderful catch there. A wonderful catch there at long on region. The ball was meant to be hit, was balled in too short. A lot of width there. And Aiden Markram trying to hit it. Forced the shot towards the long on region. He pulled it towards the long on region. And it was set to sail all over the ropes. But the fielder out there, outstretching his hands and running towards his left, puts in a good stretch, and the ball latches on to his left hand. The tall fielder, lanky fielder there, Dylan Hayliger, the fielder out there, wonderful catch. He's pulled out a catch from thin air there, and Markram will have to depart now. Courtesy a wonderful catch by Hayliger, and he has to depart for 59 of 32 balls with a strike rate of 184. A wonderful catch to send the South African skipper. He was too close to the boundary. Timed his jump to perfection there. Held on to the catch and was smart enough to realize that he was too close to the boundary. Managed to cut back inside and completes a wonderful catch. Aiden Markram, the South African skipper, has to depart after playing a wonderful knock. 59 of 32 balls. And South Africa now 126 for 2 after 11.3 overs. The partnership's been broken. 56 runs of 28 balls. And Canada will be hoping that 1 wicket brings in 2. And they would be keen to put some pressure back onto the South African team, who have been running riot in this World Cup game here at Ahmedabad. Dilpreet Bajwa, the man out there in the middle, banged in shot outside the off stump, and he cuts it and gets off the mark as he hits the ball towards the sweeper cover region. Once again, let's look at the replay. Wonderful catch. Stunning catch there. The ball was traveling from him. Hit so hard from Markram. Eyes on the ball till in the air, till the end. And Hayliger pulling off a miraculous catch here. Wonderfully ball. Pitching into the middle and turning away from the batter there. Rickleton happy to tap it towards the long on region to pick up a single there. Dilpreet Bajwa, the man who's been in form, especially in the South African T20 League, the youngster who's generally been called as the baby AB for his wide range of shots around the wicket. 22 years, coming from Johannesburg. Banged in shot, this time rocks back and pulls the ball, and that will be the first boundary for Dilpreet Bajwa. Poor ball there to end the over. Banged in 2 short wide outs off the off stump, and Bajwa would not miss out on that. A gift for Bajwa there, and hits the ball towards the deep mid-wicket region. 4 runs for the baby AB, Dilpreet Bajwa. Wonderful, wonderful shot. Deval Brevis coming off a wonderful, wonderful season, taking the Capitals in the South Africa T20 League to the finals, even notching up a century in the finals, but unfortunately ended up on the losing side as the Sunrisers winning their third South Africa T20 League out there, courtesy to a wonderful, wonderful batting and the late onslaught by Tim Stubbs in the end. South Africa are now currently 128 for 2 after 132 for 2, beg your pardon, after 12 overs. And the run rate now 11 runs per over. They have been keeping up with that run rate right since the start. As you might all know that 200 is the average score here in the Narendra Modi Stadium, especially more than often the teams batting first generally score about 200, and South Africa are well en route to get past 200. 11 runs per over, 132 for 2. If they keep continuing at this rate, they are definitely going past the 200 mark here. Just Karandeep into the attack, and the batter tries to cut, misses the ball outside the off stump, and Rickleton will be livid with himself. The ball was there to be hit, and into the keeper's hands. No runs there. The South African lineup, what a wonderful star-studded lineup that is, with the likes of David Miller, Tristan Stubbs, and Marco Jansen and Corbin Bosch, who too can take the long handle and talk the ball all around the ground, as you saw during the recent tour against India. I mean, Marco Jansen too. He's been wonderful, especially in the Indian subcontinent. Marco Jansen, both with the ball, both with the bat. And what a wonderful all-rounder for any captain to have in his team of the caliber of Marco Jansen. I mean, it's completely unfair if you call him a bowler or a batter. He's a mix of complete batter and complete bowler there, Marco Jansen. And he's a wonderful for any captain to have in the lineup. Just Karandeep once again running in, this time a full length delivery outside the off stump, and Rickleton taps it towards the fielder at mid off, and the batters easily scamper for a quick single there. Can Tristan Stubbs be the person to lead South Africa? Can he lead the charge for South Africa here and get them the first silverware in this ICC Men's T20 World Cup? South Africa will be facing Afghanistan on 11th, New Zealand on 14th, and UAE on 18th in this Group D clashes of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026. Jaskandeep Singh into his second over, 14 runs of 1.2 balls. He'll be keen to get a breakthrough here and put South Africa a little bit on the back foot once again. Good ball there. Taking the ball away from the batter there. Coming from around the wicket there. And that'll be a dot ball. Wonderfully bowled. He hits the deck hard and the ball climbing on the batter. Deval is trying it to drive it through the cover region, but the ball was climbing onto him. 12.3 overs, 134 for 2. Just Karandeep Singh running in hard to bowl to Deval Brevis. Shuffles across towards the off stump, but he's bowled it way outside the off stump, outside the wide guidelines, and that will be a wide ball, and the umpire flexing his arms there. He would have to re-bowl that. Deval Brevis, the future sensation of South Africa. I mean, man, oh man, what potential this guy has. What a wonderful knock he played in the South Africa T20 finals. Unfortunate to end up on the losing side. He's pretty devastating out there, especially against the spin. Once again, shuffling across towards the off stump. Banged in shot by the bowler there. And Deval Bravis cutting it to the backward point region there. Protection out there in the deep. And that'll just be 1 run. Good captaincy out there by the Canadian captain there. Understanding Bravis' strengths and his position protection out there in the deep in those regions. And the bowler wonderfully executing his lengths and forcing the batter to play along those lines. 136 for 2, 12.4 overs, the run rate 10.74. And we are covering the game live from the Ahmedabad Stadium, Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. This time, back of the hand delivery, a slow one, good change of pace. Rickelton early to spot it. He's happy to tap it back to the fielder there at long on region. 1 run. Please drop in your comments. What do you think will be the target that South Africa are going to set for Canada in this innings? Can they cross the 220 mark? Please drop in your comment here at Sports Beyond Cancer. We are eagerly waiting to have a chat with you and get in some discussions. 17 of 1.5 Jaskar and Deep. This time trying to angles it away from the batter there. Too close to the white ball. And the umpire says no wide there. That's a fair delivery. The batter's a surprise there. Nothing doing here. That'll be the end of the over. 137 for 2 after 13 overs. Just 5 runs coming off it. A great comeback by Jaskaran Singh in the second over. Went for 12 in the first, but wonderfully comes back and gives away only 5 runs off his second. South Africa 137 for 2, and the run rate now slowly creeping down back to 10.5. To all the viewers, thank you for tuning in and thank you for all the support you guys have been showing in. Hope you're enjoying the cricket and hope you're enjoying the live stream as you watch your live cricket on the television. And thank you for tuning in to our commentary. Earlier today, Scotland easily won the game against Italy. This time he'll have to depart. Rickelton has to depart. Ansh back into the attack. And he tries to go over the long on fielder there. And the fielder at long on completing an easy catch. Going to his left and picking up a wonderful catch. That was a well-flighted delivery. Tossed up in the air. Tempted the batter. And Rickelton falls for the trap. Tries to go over the top. Only managing to find the fielder there at the long on region there. And he would have to depart for 33 of 21. Caught tacker, ball Ansh. What a wonderful bowling out there. Complete courage shown in by the bowler there. Flighted the ball and tempted the batter to go for the big one. And he's been caught out. Took the chance. Tossed in the ball. And got the result out there in the end for himself and Canada. South Africa now 137 for 3 after 13.1 balls. And Ansh Patel bringing in the much required breakthrough for Canada there. Can Canada pull back the game from here? South Africa have been growing with a run rate about 10.5 almost throughout the innings. Can Canada manage to restrict South Africa under 185, 190? Would that be a good choice here? Generally, batting teams here manage to score 200 more than often at the Narendra Modi Stadium, and South Africa are looking en route to cross that 200 number at the rate which they are going, and with the likes of the batters they have in the lineups, with the likes of David Miller, Tristan Stubbs, Marco Jansen, and Corbin Bosch. What a lengthy and lineup they have, and a lot of depth. Lot of power hitters out there in the middle for South Africa. This is one of the most promising squads that you can ever see in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Beg your pardon. Kindly excuse me. And to all the new viewers who have joined us, Welcome to Sports Beyond Cancer. Earlier today, Canada winning the toss and putting the opposition South Africa into bat. And South Africa started wonderfully well with the likes of Aiden Markram, the South African skipper, scoring a wonderful 59 of 32 with a strike rate of 184.38. And Quinton de Kock scoring 25 of 22. Quinton de Kock was the first wicket to fall, bowled by Dilpreet Bajwa, the Canadian skipper. And Aiden Markram had to fall off due to a stunning catch. A stunner pulled out in the out of thin air at the long on region as Dylan Hayliger. A wonderful catch to dismiss Aiden Markram of the bowling of Ansh Patel. And Ansh Patel, beg your pardon, has picked up the second wicket of the day as Ryan Rickleton has been caught out at the long on region as David Miller walks out in the middle for South Africa in the 14th over. Can one wicket bring in two? Can Ansh bring some momentum back to Canada in this game? David Miller yet to get off the mark, yet to face the delivery. He's on strike now. The left-hander batter, David Miller, setting up himself to face the first ball. Wonderful ball, well flighted outside the off stump and turning away from the batter. What a wonderful ball to welcome the new batter there. He taps it to the point fielder there. No run there. Wonderful ball from Ansh. Should the Canada skipper be bringing in a slip here and attacking the batter here? This time quicker ball darted into the pads and Miller taps it back to the left of the bowler and the bowler comfortably collecting it. 2-dot balls. David Miller yet to get off the mark. The flamboyant left-hand batter. The 36-year-old batter. Once again, this time well-flightedly angled into the pads and David Miller happy to tap it towards the deep mid-wicket region and pick up a single and get off the mark there. South Africa 138 for 3 after 13.4 overs. Devil Brevis is back on strike now. Devil Brevis, generally known to attack the spinners on the leg side. Will he take the attack to Ansh? The youngsters these days play some fearless cricket. They're not worried about the situation. They're not worried about the scorecard. If the ball is in their arc, if the ball is in the zone, they're going to go for the big shot. As expected, well-flighted delivery. A beautifully flighted delivery. And David Brevis has taken the bait here. He has to depart. A well-flighted delivery outside the off-stump, going away from the batter. And he will take the bait here. Wonderful courage shown there out by Ansh. Second time in the over is managed to tempt the batter. Tossed it up outside the off stump, and all David Brevis could do was hit it aerially high up in the air, and the fielder at the cover region completing an easy catch. A wonderful bowling there from Ansh Patel. David Brevis, poor shot. He has to depart, scoring only 6 runs out there. He would be kicking himself. Wonderful captaincy and wonderful confidence and courage. He knew David Brevis likes the flighted delivery, threw it in the air, took the gamble, and high risk, high reward there. Took the ball away from the batter there. The ball spinning away from the batter, and David Brevis, as soon as he saw the flight of the ball, goes for the big one, goes for the big slog, and he's only managed to hit it high in the air inside the ring towards the cover region. And a great easy catch for the fielder there. Beg your pardon, easy catch for the fielder. And he departs. 2 wickets coming off in this over. Just like I said, can 1 wicket bring in 2? And it has definitely brought 2. I'm going to be a little bit greedy here. Can it bring 3? Can this be 3 of the over as Tristan Stubbs walks down to the middle? Ansh Patel slowly trying to bring back Canada in this game. Can they restrict South Africa to less than 185? Well-flighted delivery outside the off stump, but a beautiful dive. Goes past the diving fielder in the cover region and wide of the long off fielder. 4 runs and Stubbs is off the mark. 4 runs for Stubbs. That'll just be 5 runs off the over. What a wonderful over from Ansh Patel. 5 runs and 2 wickets off the 14th over. And South Africa 142 for 4 after the end of 14 overs. What a shot by Stubbs to get off the mark. Deval Brevis once again taking the bait. Wonderfully set up the batters there. Ansh Patel, first Trickleton and then Brevis. Beautiful, beautiful captaincy from Bajwa there. Canada have definitely done their homework towards each batters here. Taking the ball away from Deval Brevis, tossed it in and threw in the bait, and Deval Brevis falling for it, and he had to depart. Nevertheless, Stubbs and Miller, both of them pretty new to the crease, will be eager to take the proceedings from here. South Africa are still 144 for 4 after 14.1. The current run rate still about 10, and they are well en route to take the score. About 200 this time. Poor ball, lot of width outside the off stump, and that's a half tracker from the Canadian skipper. He will be livid with himself. David Miller accepts the gifts, rocks back, and hits it through the covers. And the ball racing towards the deep cover boundary region. 4 runs for Miller and South Africa. Poor bowling from the South African Canadian skipper. This time, wonderful ball. David Miller backing away towards the leg side, and Bajwa bowling in, darting in a quick Yorker, and Miller managing to squeeze it back to the bowler there. Dot ball. Bajwa running in, bangs it in short, a quicker one onto the pads, and Miller swivels across and pulls it towards the deep square leg region, and the fielder putting in a full stretch drive towards his right. Wonderful stop there, and restricts the batters to only 2 runs. And the 150 is up for South Africa after 14.4 overs, and they've managed to put up 76 for 4 with a run rate of 9.4 in the middle phase of these first innings. Bajwa this time coming in from around the wicket, angling it into the batter. All the batter can do is tap it to the fielder at the long off region. 1 run. Bajwa has been expensive, but has picked up the big wicket of Quinton de Kock. He's on. He 1 ball to low go in his spell and is 40 for 1. Tristan Stubbs played a wonderful cover drive to get off the mark of his first ball. Here is all set to face Bajwa for one last time in this innings. Bajwa, full toss here, misses out, hits it straight to the fielder at cover region. That'll be the dot ball. That'll be the end of the over. 9 runs coming off it, and Dilpreet Bajwa completes his spell. 4 overs, 1 for 40, and South Africa 151 for 4. And 5 more overs to come. Please drop in your comment. How much more can South Africa get? What will be the number that South Africa will get at the end of this innings? And Canada will be eager to pull things back, as they have managed to pull it back in the last over. Ansh Patel with 1 more over to go. He was brilliant in the last over. Threw in 2 baits, a good flighted delivery, and both the batters, Rickleton and Brevis, falling for the bait as the ball turned away from them, and they were caught at the deep. Ansh Patel, the last over of his day. Wonderfully bowled, well flighted delivery, and Miller goes through the line all along the spin, and he runs it towards the fielder there at the long off region, picking up 1 run. Tristan Stubbs. Can Ansh Patel pick up a wicket in this last over? Bowled it short, too close to cut, gets the bottom edge, and the ball goes to the fielder there at short third man, and that'll just be a dot ball. 4 more balls to go in Ansh Patel's spell. He's been wonderful, picking up 3 for 25 off his 3.2 overs. Can he pick up 1 more wicket in this innings? Can he pick up a 4 for? Wonderfully flighted. Stubbs goes inside out. The batters were interested for the second run. The ball going to the sweeper cover region, and they will eventually get the extra run. Direct hit from the fielder there at the bowler's end, and the ball hits the stumps and goes towards the deep mid-wicket region, and the batters have sufficient time to come back for the second run. The bowler is not happy, but eventually he had to collect the ball. Good throw from the deep fielder from the deep there. 154 for 4. 15.3 overs. That's the situation out there now at the Narendra Modi Stadium here in Ahmedabad. This time bangs it in short. Poor ball, and Stubbs rocking back and hitting through the covers on the back foot. A good diving stop there from the fielder at sweeper cover. Dives to his right and restricts the batters to only 2 runs. Stay tuned, folks. This is going to be an exciting last few overs here as South Africa keen to get to the 200 mark. This time, will this be a run out? Oh, that was close. Stubbs puts in a dive, but the throw was far wide from the bowler there. Tristan Stubbs tapping the ball towards the right of the bowler there. And there was confusion out there in the middle. A late call, and he was completely nowhere in the picture. A direct hit would have been interesting. Ansh Patel throwing it wide outside the stump, and that'll just be 1 run. Wonderfully flighted from Ansh Patel, and the batters happy to see off Ansh Patel. Just 7 runs coming off his last over, and that'll just be Ansh Patel completing his spell. Ansh Patel 4 overs, 31 for 3. He's bowled wonderfully today. A wonderful display of bowling here from the left arm spinner, orthodox spinner here. He's picked up the crucial wickets of Ryan Rickleton, Aiden Markram, and Dewald Brevis. He's almost picked up the top order of South Africa. Bowled wonderfully. Tossed in the ball. Took the gamble. Extremely courageous bowling out there from the youngster. Beautiful spell there. 4 overs, 3 for 31, and South Africa 158 for 4 with 4 overs to go. Sana is back into the attack. He's bowled 2 overs for 15 runs, and he's been brought back into the attack by Bajwa. How much more can South Africa get? The run rate slowly dipping less than 10 now for the first time. Probably for the first time in this innings. South Africa 158 for 4. Canada have managed to pull things back a little bit, especially with Ansh Patel's wonderful overs. Angling into Miller this time. He taps it towards the long on region. That'll just be 1 run for the batter there. 16.1 overs, 159 for 4. Please drop in your comment. What do you think is going to be the score that South Africa are going to reach at the end of the 20th over? Do you think South Africa can get their hands on the silverware this time? Who do you think is going to be the player of the match today? Please drop in your comments. We are eagerly waiting to listen from you and have a discussion. 159 for 4 from 16.1. Tristan Stubbs. All set to face Sana. This time banged in short outside the off stump. Angling away from the batter there. He pulls it towards the wide of the fielder there at the mid-wicket region. And the batters have sufficient time to come back for second runs. 161 for 4. The batters to come there out for South Africa. They have a huge big lineup. The bat extremely deep with the likes of Marco Jansen and Corbin Bosch yet to come out there in the middle. What a power hitting batting lineup they have. Bat so deep, the South Africans. And a lot of all-rounders along the mix too, with the likes of Marco Jansen, Corbin Bosch, and even the likes of Aiden Markram, who's been pretty handy with this off spin. So a wonderful plethora of resources for the South African camp out there. Marco Jansen especially, along with Corbin Bosch, have been extremely good, especially on the Indian subcontinent, as you even saw during the recent tour. And David Miller this time taps it gently this time towards the deep mid-wicket fielder. Was interested for the second run, but all he can get is 1 run. To all the folks out there, hope you're enjoying the live stream as well as the cricketing action coming from this ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026. Wonderful, wonderful 3 days of cricket, and we are into the ninth match of this tournament. Into the third day. Ansh Patel there, looking at the highlights, 3 for 31 of 4 overs. Wonderful bowling there. The left arm spinners have been wonderfully good, especially the one person that impressed me the most was Dockrell from Ireland. Wonderful display of spin bowling from him. I think he picked up 2 wickets for 17 yesterday against Sri Lanka. This time taps it towards the fielder there in the deep mid-wicket region. Only 1 run. Good over there for Canada here. Just 6 runs coming off it with 1 ball to go. Can he finish the over on a good note? Well, South Africa will be keen to get a boundary here. Poor ball there. Banged it in short. Way outside the leg stump. David Miller trying to capitalize on it. Tries to hit it past the short fine leg fielder, but doesn't get any bat on it. And that'll be signaled wide. It was bowled way down the leg. And the keeper had to put in a dive. And that'll just be a 1 run extra, and he would have to re-bowl the ball again. Would the extra ball bring in a wicket or a boundary for South Africa? Sana running in. This time full toss, but it was dying on the batter, angling into the pads, and Miller taps it straight to the fielder there at the mid-wicket region. And after the end of the 17th over, South Africa 166 for 4, and D. Miller extremely livid with himself there. That was a full toss meant to be hit, but unfortunately he times it straight to the fielder there at deep mid-wicket region. And the partnership now getting steady, 28 of 19. South Africa will have to press the accelerator here. The run rate now currently slowly falling below 10 for the first time in this innings. And they will be keen to up the ante, especially with 3 overs to go and the number of batters, the number of power hitters they have in the lineup, with the likes of Miller and Stubbs out there in the middle, and Marco Jansen and Bosch still yet to come out to bat. Marco Jansen and Bosch extremely dangerous in the death, as you saw during the tour against India. Those two all-rounders were wonderful with the bat. Marco Jansen and Corbin Bosch, wonderful all-rounders for any captain to have in your resources. 3 overs to go. Just Karandeep Singh, who's bowled brilliantly in his second over, giving just 5 runs. He's got 0 for 17 of 2. Well wide outside the off stump. A good length delivery going away from the bowler. Too close to be given a wide, and the umpire says it's a legal delivery. David Miller has a look at the umpire there. Nothing there. That'll be a dot ball. Canada managing to pull things a little bit back towards their momentum. A few good overs coming from their end. The last few overs, the last 3 to 4 overs have been exceptional. Starting off with the 2-wicket over from Ansh Patel. This time angling it into the batter. Full length delivery. Moves his front leg across and drives it to the fielder at the long on region. David Miller struggling to time the ball here. 16 runs of 15 balls. And Tristan Stubbs 13 of 9. The partnership 29 of 21 balls. Can South Africa find the finishing touch? They have the resources, they have the potential, they have the batters in the dugout. Can they take that extra risk? Can they cross the 200 run mark? 200 run mark is generally crossed by the batting team first year in Ahmedabad, and South Africa were well en route to crossing and go way beyond 220. But Ansh Patel pulling things back along with a few good overs, especially the last couple of overs. This time back of the hand delivery, well received delivery. A slower one wide outside the off stump, just within the wide guidelines, and Tristan Stubbs trying to cut it, failing to realize the pace of the ball, and he is beaten for pace there. Beg your pardon. He's completely been deceived there, and that'll just be a dot ball. Wonderful back of the hand delivery by Jaskaran Singh. He dropped the pace there completely, outfoxed the batter, and Stubbs early into the shot, missing the shot completely. Jaskarandeep Singh running in to bowl to Stubbs in the 18th over, banks it in shot, and Stubbs managed to hit it straight past the bowler towards the long off region. One bounce towards the long off fielder, and it hits the advertisement board. 4 runs there. No chance for the field there. It was hit too short, banged in shot, and Tristan Stubbs standing tall and hitting along the line, wide of the long off fielder there. 4 runs there. Good shot for Tristan Stubbs out there. South Africa 171 for 4 after 17.4. This time, a half volley there outside the off stump, and Tristan Stubbs wouldn't miss out on that. That is an easy picking for Tristan Stubbs. That was meant to be hit. That was in the arc. He goes under the ball and lifts it beautifully over the cover fielder there into the stands. A big 6 for Tristan Stubbs there. The ball was angling away from the batter, and Tristan Stubbs going beneath the ball and smashes it towards the cover region there. 6 runs, 85-meter 6 for the South African batter there. Poor bowling there from Jaskaran, especially after bowling the initial half of the over so wonderfully. A lot of width on offer, a lot of time as Tristan Stubbs goes underneath the ball and smashes it into the stands. What the last ball of the 18th over as Jaskarandeep Singh runs in to bowl to Stubbs. Can Stubbs get yet another maximum here? Can he manufacture something here? This time coming around the wicket, and he has hit the ball straight to the bowler that was in the air. Tough chance for the bowler there, but he managed to stop it. That'll just be a dot ball to end the over. 177 for 4 for South Africa. 11 runs coming off it, courtesy of that boundary and that 6. Jaskaran Singh, 3 overs, none for 28. And that'll be the end of the over. South Africa 177 for 4 with a run rate of 9.83. Thank you to everyone who's been tuning in to Sports Beyond Cancer. If you're loving our commentary, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. That will mean the world to me, especially as I enter remission phase and try to give back to the sporting community and try to follow my passion. With that said, South Africa were earlier put into bat. They are 177 for 4 after 18 overs with a run rate of 9.83. Canada have managed to pull things back a little bit, especially the last few overs since the 2-wicket over from Ansh Patel. Sana now being brought into the attack. A slower bouncer there, and Miller slams it in the air past the bowler towards the long on fielder. Nothing more than 1 run there. The partnership now, the 5th wicket partnership now, 40 of 27. Good stuff out there. The Canadian skipper impressed with how Sana bowled the first ball. Tristan Stubbs on strike now to face Sana in the penultimate over of the first innings. He's running in hard, bangs it in short. Wonderful ball. Probably a slower bouncer there. And Tristan Stubbs early into the shots, going for the pull. He's livid with himself. He's missed the ball. That'll be a dot ball. He has a look at the leg umpire. Nothing doing. That'll be 1 for the over. Wonderfully executed bouncer there. Wide outside the off stump, going away from the batter. Tristan Stubbs failing to realize the variation on the ball early into the shot, and he's missed it. That'll just be a dot ball. Sana running in. This time early in the shot, tries to go across the line, only managing to get the edge on it, and the ball trickles down to the fielder there at long on region. 1 run, wonderful deception there from Sana. He's been bowling wonderful and he's been exceptional with his variations there. 3.3 overs, none for 25. Lucky to not get a wicket there. This gentleman's been bowling wonderfully well. The left arm pacer for Canada. Sana running in this time in the driving zone. A full length delivery, a half volley, beg your pardon. And David Miller wouldn't miss out on that. The killer Miller hitting it straight through the arc. It was in his zone and the ball flies towards the long on region. 6 runs into the stands. Penultimate over and Miller was never going to miss out on that. A beautiful shot towards the side screen. The bowler is not happy with the length there. Gifted it away to the batter there. Bowled it in his arc. Sana running back this time. This time tries to bowl a bouncer. Wonderfully directed into the body. All Miller can do is pull it towards the deep square leg fielder. 1 bounce to the fielder there. 1 run. 9 runs coming off here. 9 runs coming off the first 5 balls here. 1 ball to go in Sana's spell. That will be a good over for Sana. If he can end the over on a good note there. Can he restrict the batters to less than 1 run of the last ball to end his spell with just 10 runs of his last over. 1 ball to go in Sana's spell. The penultimate over is 3.5 overs, none for 32. The umpire's checking something out there in the middle. We're not sure what's happening out there. The bowler signaling something like third umpire. I'm not sure what's happening out there in the middle. The captain's having a chat. Some confusion out there. Is this for a bouncer? Is this for a no ball? Okay. The check's been done for the bouncer there. 2 bouncers already done in the 2 for the overs already done in this over. Was this the third one? So that's the check going on there, and that's been sent upstairs as third umpire is under the scanner. Sharafuddullah, the third umpire, signaling no ball. That was the third bouncer of the over. Wonderfully noticed by the umpires there. Third bouncer of the over, and that's been given as a no ball, and that will be free hit for South Africa. 187 for 4, and that will be no ball. Wonderfully checked by the on-field umpires. Third bouncer into the over, and that will be a no ball. Free hit coming in for the South African batters here. Tristan Stubbs on strike. Can he maximize on this free hit? Can he produce a maximum here? Can South Africa reach the magical 200 mark? 8 balls to go, and that will be a free hit. Sana coming in. Full toss. And he's hit it straight in the air towards the long on fielder. But was this too high too? Will this be a no ball? Once again, they are going to need to check that. The ball was high towards the waist of the batter there, wide on the offside. And yet again, this has been signaled no ball. Consecutive no balls out there from Sana. The captain is not happy there. Bajwa is extremely frustrated as he nods his head. 2 no balls in the penultimate over. Poor bowling there from Sana. He was hit for a 6. And then he bowled the third bouncer of the over. And the umpires went upstairs, and that was declared a no ball. And once again on the free hit, he bowled a waist height no ball. And he'll have to bowl the ball once again. This time once again running in. Free hit for David Miller now. Tries to go across the line early into the shot. All he can do is hit it to the fielder there at the deep mid-wicket region. Just one run there. South Africa 190 for 4, and their run rate now once again climbing about 10, just climbing about 10, 10.09 to be precise. Kaleem Sana, one last ball off his spell, 3.5, 36 runs, no wickets, an economy rate of 9.39. Can he pick up a wicket off his last ball of his spell today? Bowling in, running in, bowling into Tristan Stubbs, angling it into the stumps there, and Tristan Stubbs flicking it towards the deep mid-wicket region, and the batter scamper for a good second run. Good throw coming in from the deep there, but 2 runs nevertheless, and that'll be the end of the over after 19. South Africa 192 for 4, and the current run rate 10.11. Last over to come, 192 for 4, and South Africa here well poised to cross over the 200 mark here at Narendra Modi Stadium here in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, beg your pardon. 192 for 4 after 19. How much more can the South African batters get out there? 15 runs coming off the last over, courtesy a couple of no balls, a couple of free hits, and 6 going into the stands. 15 runs, and South Africa have put themselves at 192 for 4 as they have the shot for the final 6 balls in this innings. Jaskarandeep Singh, who's bowled brilliantly, 3 overs, none for 28, has been given the responsibility to bowl the final over. .192 for 4, run rate 10.11. The captain shooting the field there. David Miller on strike, 25 of 99. The partnership now 54 of 31. Jaskarandeep Singh running in. Full toss, angling into the pads. Poor ball to start the final over, and David Miller would not miss out on that. He smashed it deep into the stands. A big 6 towards the cow corner region. Poor bowling from Jaskarandeep Singh, coming in from around the wicket. A full toss gifted onto the pads of Killer Miller, and he would not miss out on that. Smashed it into the stands. 6 runs to start the final over. A 83-meter 6. Beautiful shot. A gift on offer for South Africa and Miller, and he gracefully accepting it with both the hands and smashes the ball, sends the cherry flying into the deep, into the stands. 6 runs. South Africa 198 for 4, 2 runs short of the 200 mark with 5 balls to go. Jaskarandeep Singh this time running in, bangs it in short. Poor delivery out there. Poor delivery. Bangs it in short towards the leg side, and David Miller goes for the pull shot, hits it over the deep square leg fielder there. 6 runs, 12 runs coming off the first 2 balls of the last over. He tried to bowl the slower bouncer, rolls his finger, but poor length, poor line there. Lot of time there as David Miller swivels across, pulls the ball into the stands once again. A 80-meter 6 this time, and the Canadian skipper is not going to be happy with Jaskarandeep Singh here. South Africa have crossed the 200 mark, 204 of 4, 19.2 overs. Jaskarandeep Singh, can this be 3 maximums on the Struts? The bowler is under pressure here, nervously running in. What is going to be his plan? He runs in this time, bangs it in short, and this time Miller tries to pull it over the deep mid-wicket region, but only managed to hit it towards the long on fielder. 1 bounce, and that'll just be a single for the batter there. Good comeback from Jaskarandeep Singh there. Good length this time. 2 sixes to start off the final over, and South Africa crossed the 200 mark, and the partnership now 67 of 34 balls. Wonderful partnership here to take South Africa over 200 here. David Miller and Tristan Stubbs out there in the middle for the Proteas. Can the Proteas get 215 here? They would be targeting 2:15 with 3 balls to go now. Can just Karandeep Singh make a comeback in this over? He's already gone for 13 runs. 3.3 overs, none for 41. Just Karandeep Singh running in. This time to bowl to Tristan Stubbs. Full toss once again, but this time wide outside the off stump. Tristan Stubbs is not happy with himself. He's only managed to hit it to the fielder there at long on, all along the ground. That was a gift on offer. And Tristan Stubbs nodding his head. That was meant to be hit. All he could get was 1 run there. Nevertheless, Miller is back on the strike now. He is the man who's been using the long handle in this over. 2 more balls to go. How much more can the South Africans get here? $206 for 4 after 19.4 after being put into bat by Canada this evening at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Just Karandeep Singh running in to David Miller. Once again, this time a good dipping full toss outside the off stump. He moves across the off stump. All he can do is tap the ball towards the long on fielder. Great comeback by Just Karandeep Singh initially after being hit for 2 sixes of the first balls. Just 3 runs coming off the next 3 balls. 3 singles coming off the next 3 balls. That's a good comeback from Just Karandeep Singh despite the 2 sixes coming initially. Last ball of the innings coming up. South Africa 207 for 4, 19.5 overs, 10.44 the current run rate. Tristan Stubbs to take on the last ball. Can South Africa get to 213 here? Tristan Stubbs gears himself up to face Just Karandeep Singh, who will be running in for one last time. The last ball of the first innings here at the Narendra Modi Stadium, coming from around the wicket, running in to bowl to Tristan Stubbs. This time goes wide outside the off stump, but bowls it in the arc of Tristan Stubbs, and he opens the face of the bat and goes towards the cover region. Third 6 of the over, and the ball sails into the stands. South Africa managed to get 213 of the stipulated 20 overs. 6 runs in the deep extra cover region. Tristan Stubbs unbeaten on 34 and David Miller unbeaten on 39. The partnership 75 of 37. What a wonderful partnership. Late onslaught coming in from the South African batters out there in the middle. The last 2 overs have gone for plenty. 79 meters 6 to be precise. Poor ball in the arc of Tristan Stubbs, and he opens the face of the bat and hits through the line, and the ball sails over the cover region. 6 runs there, and South Africa 213 for 4 after 20 overs after being put into bat here at Ahmedabad. And that will be the end of the first innings. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to the live commentary of the 9th game in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup between South Africa and Canada, covering live from the Narendra Modi Stadium from Ahmedabad. So let's have a look at the scorecard. This is the scorecard. Aiden Markram played wonderfully well. 59 of 32 balls, 10 fours and 1 6. What wonderful shots. What textbook traditional shots he's played. Lot of boundaries in the power play, picking the gaps, hitting through the line, and wonderful batting there from the captain, leading from the front. And Quinton de Kock was initially struggling to time the ball, only managing 22 of 25, bowled by Dilpreet Bajwa. And then Ryan Rickleton, 33 of 21 balls, caught Hurstacker, bowl Ansh Patel. Beg your pardon, I forgot to mention that Aiden Markram was dismissed by a wonderful catch by Dylan Hayliger, especially at the long on region. A wonderful stunning catch. Plucked the catch out of thin air, out of nowhere, at the boundary line, at the long on position. And then Dewald Burles taking in the bait and falling early. Just 6 of 6. Poor shot selection. And he had to depart for Ansh Patel. David Miller and Tristan Stubbs since then have played wonderfully. An unbeaten partnership of 75 plus. David Miller 39 from 23 balls with a strike rate of 169.57, and Tristan Stubbs, 34 of 19 balls with a strike rate of 178. So that's the end of the story. The Canada bowlers will be kicking with themselves 17 extras, 10 wides, and 3 no balls. So that's been a sorry state for them with the extras. 17 runs adding on to the total just from extras. And after the end of the 20 overs, South Africa 213 for 4. And the target for Canada would be 214 as they will be keen to start the campaign on a high note. This is the second outing in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup for Canada. 2024 was their first outing. They managed to defeat Ireland in 2024, but had to depart from the game, from the tour, right at the group stage. So they will be keen to better it this time. So will be South Africa. They will be keen to better the performance from the last time. The last time they were the runner-ups. Can South Africa, can Aiden Markram and co get their hands on the silverware? Well. That's going to be a long story. We'll have to wait for the entire season to know if South Africa can get their hands on the silverware. But as of now, South Africa will be keen to defend this target and get their World Cup campaign started on a good positive note. Ansh Patel, the star for Canada, picking up 3 for 31. Wonderful bowling there from the young man there. Wonderfully flighted delivery. Wonderfully set up Rickleton and Deval Bravis. Toss the ball in the air, forced them to go for the big shot, and beautifully taking the ball away from the batters there. And they fell for the trap. And wonderful execution of plans from both the bowler and the skipper there. So that's the story out there in the middle from Ahmedabad. South Africa 213 for 4 after 20 overs. And Canada will be back soon with the chase. To all you ladies and gentlemen, to listening to our commentary on Sports Beyond Cancer, this is Shourabh Vittalmurthy, a former sports journalist now covering the sports virtually right from the comfort of this desk due to some chaos in my life and how things have proceeded, especially with 5 cancers at the age of 33. So please be kind with me, and please hit the subscribe button. I hope to improvise on myself. I hope to improvise on the content, the animations, the scorecards that we are providing to you. This is just a learning curve and we are just new to YouTube. Thank you for all the love and support you have poured to us, and thank you for believing in me, and thank you for being an integral part of the sporting community. We will be back soon with a live commentary. Stay tuned as we come back for the chase. Welcome back to Sports Beyond Cancer, folks. Thank you for staying in there. Thank you for being in there. We are back with the chase now. South Africa already losing. Beg your pardon. Canada already losing the first wicket of the first ball of the innings there. Lungi Ngidi producing the much required breakthrough. What a start to South Africa in the chase, in defending the chase. Thank you for staying out there. Sorry for being in late. A couple of balls, just had to go and grab my dinner out there. And here we are in the chase. Canada chasing 214 here. And Dilpreet Bajwa, the captain, falling off the first ball. And outswinger outside the off stump, and it shaped away. And he was late in withdrawing the bat. And after hitting the face of the ball, a clear deflection. And he was caught by de Kock there. And Dilpreet Bajwa had to make the long walk back. Dismissed for a first ball of the innings. And South Africa well under proceedings here. A great start to the World Cup campaign. So after the end of the first over, South Africa 4 for no loss, 4 for 1. Canada, 4 for 1, and that will be the end of the first over. Marco Jansen into the attack for the first time in this innings to bowl the second over. Wonderfully bowled, good length ball, and the batter taps it towards the point region. No run there. 4 for 1 after 1.1 overs. That's the scenario out there in the middle. Canada requiring 214 runs out of the stipulated 20 over mark. So that's the story there. Marco Jansen running in. Banks it into the bowler's hips. No run there. Dot ball. Welcome. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all back to Sports Beyond Cancer. We are en route the chase. South Africa drawing first blood as they try to defend this 214 target. Picking up the skipper of Canada off the first ball. This time tries to make room for himself. Tries to go over the top, completely missing the line of the ball. The ball was climbing on him. Tall, lanky pacer there, Marco Jansen. Hitting the deck hard, generating the bounce, and Samra completely missing the length of the ball, and that will be a dot ball as the ball lodges into the keeper's hands. Thank you for staying tuned to Sports Beyond Cancer. Welcome back to this live commentary of the 9th match from the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026. And we are watching South Africa versus Canada live from the Narendra Modi Stadium coming from Ahmedabad. This time banged in shot outside the leg stump. Straying down the line, but the ball's climbs over the batter, goes over the outstretched keeper's hands. That'll be 4 runs. That'll be 5 wides. Banged it in 2 shot there from Marco Jansen. And that'll be 5 extras. Over the batter, over the keeper, and that'll be 5 runs for Canada. Marco Jansen having some trouble with the pitch there. Sawdust being brought in, and it's been put down at his jumping crease. And this time angling into the pads. Managed to get it just over the fielder at mid-on region. 4 runs to the batter. 4 runs to Samra. He's well off the mark now. Yuvraj Samra off the mark. That was angled in towards the pads. Once again, Marco Jansen, not a good line to bowl. 5 wides of the previous over. Once again, straying down the pads this time. And Yuvraj just managed to get it over the mid-on fielder. And the ball rolls into the fence at long on region. Marco Jansen running in, banks it in shot towards the batter there. All he can manage is tap back to the bowler there. 13 for 1. Canada, the Canadian skipper, sent back to the dressing room of the first ball of the chase. He would be livid with himself, but Lungi Ngidi picking up that wicket. Double-minded there from Dilpreet Bajwa. The ball was shaping away, and he was late in withdrawing the bat. Kissed the bat, and Quinton de Kock completed the proceedings there. Marco Jansen bangs it short, bangs it wide. Poor ball. He opens the face of the bat and cuts it over the point region. 4 runs for Samra there. Second boundary of the over. An expensive over for South Africa. 13 runs coming off it. And Canada are 17 for 1 after 2. Wonderfully waited there. Stood tall, rocked back, and cut it past over the gully region, over the point fielder. 4 runs for the batter there. Marco Jansen will not be happy with himself, especially the way he was bowling down the line with the 4 wides that went down the line, and then yet another ball onto the pads which was hit over the mid-on region for 4. And now there's a lot of width there on offer, and the batter easily picking it up, slicing it over the gully region for 4 runs. This time Lungi Angiri into his second over. The batters tap it towards the point fielder there. Good stop there, diving towards his left from Deval Brevis, and the batter has been sent back. Deval Brevis goes in with the throw. He gets a direct hit, but the batsman's well inside, and they will take an overthrow. The ball deflects off the stumps and goes towards the short fine leg region, and the batters taking an extra run. A easy single there. Wonderful commitment out there from Deval Brevis. Went to his left, stopped the ball, gets in the throw, direct hit. Unfortunate to get an extra run there. Lungi Angiri to bowl to Samra. Canada chasing 214 out here. Beautiful shot from Samra. He's been showing some promising shots out here. Goes through the line, through the covers, all along the ground. What a wonderful drive. And the ball races down to the boundary fence there in the cover region. Wonderful shot there from Yuvraj Samra. Some glimpses of the Indian Yuvraj Singh here out there from Yuvraj Samra there. Beautiful shot there. Didn't try to hit the ball too hard. Just pure timed it to perfection. 4 runs for the batter, 4 runs for the taking there. Canada racing to 22 for 1 now after 2.2 overs. The required run rate now climbing close to 11 here. Canada will have to make much use of the fielding restrictions, especially in the first 6 overs here. Can they get somewhere close to 50 this time? No, he has to go. Samra there. He's nicked it to Quinton de Kock. Lungi Angiri with his second wicket of the day. This time coming in from over the wicket, angling the ball away from the batter. And all he can do is nick the ball to the keeper. He's caught in 2 minds. No much footwork there. The ball was angling in. No footwork at all. He just puts his bat outside and tries to guide it towards the third man region. Poor batting there. The ball was climbing on him. No footwork from the batter. And he's found the edge, Lungi Angiri. And once again, Quinton de Kock completing the proceedings. And Yuvraj Samra, who displayed a couple of beautiful strokes, has to depart for 12 of 8 balls. Caught by de Kock, ball Lungi Angiri. And that will be the fall of second wicket for Canada. 22 for 2 after 2.3 overs. South Africa have drawn the second blood out there in this defense of the target. South Africa 213 for 4 after 20. And Canada 22 for 2. 2 wickets gone. Both the openers dismissed. Caught de Kock, ball Lungiri, Dilpreet Bajwa during the first ball of the innings. And Yuvraj Samra now caught de Kock once again, ball Lungiri. 12 runs of 8 balls. 3 fours for the gentleman there. 3 beautiful shots, but then no footwork there, and he was caught in no man's land there. Utter confusion with his footwork there. Failed to judge the length and line of the ball, only managing a faint edge to the keeper there. The new batsman in there is Nicholas Quinton. Once again, wild slash, could have been a third one. The ball was moving away from the batter. Goes for the wild slash outside the off stump. Good swinging delivery there. De Kock takes a good collection there. Close to the bat. Almost close to a third one there. Nicholas Curtin living dangerously there, trying to get off the mark, off his first ball. Lungi Engri already, who has picked up 2 wickets, running into ball to Nicholas Keaton, who's yet to get off his mark. Wonderfully bowled. This time, a lot of width. The ball's been angled away, but this time he goes through the line, hits it over the cover region there. That will be 4 runs, and Nicholas Curtin is off the mark. A wonderful, wonderful shot, a powerful hit all along the line. The ball was going away from the batter. He goes down on one knee and drives it through the cover region in the air, but safe from the... and it trickles into the boundary fence. 4 runs for Nicholas Keaton there. Completely opened the face of the bat, and a wonderful, wonderful shot there. Lungi Engedi for one last time in his second over. This time banged in shot. Poor shot there. He's given an easy catch there at the mid-on region, trying to go big. Doesn't get any good connection on the bat there, and he will be kicking himself. The coach will be livid with himself. Poor shot there. Banged in shot. He goes for the pull. He was in no position there. The ball's been go straight into the hands of Kagiso Rabada there at mid-on. It was dying on him, but eventually an easy catch. All he had to do was stretch forward and take a comfortable catch. Nicholas Keaton falling for 4 of 3 and 2 wickets off the over for Lungi Engedi. He's picked up 2 for 13. 2 overs, 3 for 13 here. Lungi Engedi putting out a statement here. He's been given the new ball ahead of Kagisio Rabada, and he's paying back the faith shown by the South African management and South African captain here. 3 wickets of 2 overs, and he has put Canada on the back foot. Canada here 26 for 3 of 3, and they are in deep trouble out here. Please drop in a comment. What do you think? Can South Africa lift the silverware this year? Can they be lucky this time? Will they finally get in hand on this prestigious ICC Men's T20 World Cup? I mean, look at the squad, look at the playing 11, the number of bowlers they have, the number of world-class bowlers they have, the number of world-class all-rounders they have. Given that their all-rounders and batters have had a wonderful tour in the Indian subcontinent, and how well accustomed they are to these conditions, and the number of wonderful power hitters they have in the lineup. Can South Africa manage to get the silverware this time? Will this day be the lucky year? Will this be the lucky time? Can they bring out the miracle this year? Lungi Engedi, wonderful there. He's picked up 3, and now the ball's been given in to Kagisio Rabada to take on from here for South Africa. He's into his first over, first ball. No run, shot of a length. Navneet defends it to cover point region. Rabada running in, banks it in shot, and beautifully punched off the back foot through the point region. Wonderful shot from Navneet there. The coach will be pleased with that shot. What a shot. Textbook shot there. The ball was climbing on him, rocks back, jumps to the back foot and punches it. Didn't try to hit the ball too hard. Wonderfully placing it, the ball there. No chance for Bruce there. All the fielders can do is watch the ball race to the boundary as Navneet moves to 9 runs from 8 balls. Rabada running in, banks it in shot once again. This time taps it to wide of the point region there. Devolve Revis collects it, and the batsmen have sufficient time to cross over for 1 run. South Africa earlier setting up 213 for 4 after being asked to bat by Canada. Aiden Markram, the captain, leading from front, 59 of 32 with a strike rate of 184.38, and David Miller and Tristan Stubbs, 39 of 23 and 34 of 19 respectively. building an unbeaten partnership of 75 runs of 37 balls in the end to take South Africa to 213 for 4. This time Rabada angling into the bats. All he can do is tap it to the mid-wicket fielder. Dot ball there. And Canada 3 wickets early into the innings. 3 wickets. 31 for 3. They're already down 3 down after 3.4 overs, with all the 3 wickets going under the name of Lungi Yangiri. Lungi Yangiri has been given the new ball ahead of Rabada today, and he's paid back for the faith shown in him by the management and the captain there. 3 wickets for Lungi Yangiri. This time taps it wide of the mid-wicket fielder, and the ball is picked up by the mid-on fielder, and the batters have sufficient time to pick up 1 run. The required run rate slowly climbing towards 11.5. What will be Canada's strategy going into this chase? What can they manufacture? Can they do something miraculous? Well, we have seen Nepal do it, getting almost close to England. We saw Netherlands almost getting close to Pakistan. Once again, now this seems to be his favorite shot. Banged in shot into the body. Once again, jumps in the air, rocks to the back foot, punches it, times it to perfection through the point region. 4 runs. Wonderful shots. Probably this is his favorite shot. This is his go-to shot. Opens the face of the bat, jumps to the back foot, and makes good connection. Doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. A replica of the previous boundary hit of the over. Yet another boundary to end the over. 10 runs coming off Kagiso Rabada's first over, as Canada are 36 for 3 after 4. The required run rate now just above 11. Lungi Yangiri thrown in the ball for his 3rd over. This time bad line there, strangling down the leg, and an easy opportunity for the batter there, and he guides it towards the deep fine leg region there. 4 runs, easy pickings for the batter there, and Shreyas Moa picking up the first boundary of the night. An in-swinger delivery onto the middle, moving towards the leg. All Moa had to do was to get some bat on it, and that was raced into the boundary fence towards the fine leg region. Can Canada build a partnership here and stabilize the innings here? Can Shreyas and Navneet set small targets? Can they reach somewhere close to 100 by the end of the 10th or 11th over and take the game from there? Canada will have to take the game deep. Someone will have to play the anchor's knock with 3 wickets down now out there in the middle in the Narendra Modi Stadium. 40 for 3 after 4.1. Lungi Yangiri this time wide outside the off stump. Beautifully played, waited on the ball, and he hits it, places it perfectly, opens the face of the bat and guides it past the short third man fielder. And the ball races to the boundary there. No chance for the fielder there at backward point region. Wonderfully placed between those 2 fielders. Open the face of the bat, let the ball come and kiss the bat, and the ball travels into the fence. 4 runs there. Beautiful shot there, gentlemen. Wonderful batting there from the 32-year-old Shreyas Moa. Lungi Yangiri, 2 boundaries of the first 2 balls this time. A fuller length delivery, rolls the fingers, change of pace there. Well absorbed by the batter, gently taps it back to the bowler. 44 for 3, 4.3 overs. Can Shreyas and Navneet build something here? The partnership just 18 of 19. Can they take Canada somewhere close to the 100 mark region by the end of the 10th or 11th over? And can they take the game deep from there? Well, these two will have to play an anchor's knock and stabilize the innings. Forget that 3 wickets have fallen and play some sensible cricket and take the calculated risk whenever available. This time in the air wide of Lungi Yangiri. He tries to dive but slips in the process. Has he injured himself? That was a slower ball onto the stumps. The ball stopped on the batter and the ball was chipped in the air towards the right of Lungi Yangiri. He tries to go in for the dive, but the ball was too far and probably he slipped there and he is writhing down in pain. That was a good change of pace there, and he slips in the process and he's hurt himself there. I'm not sure what exactly has happened to Lung. Was his foot? I think it's gonna be his foot. I think it's his foot or ankle. Something was there. He's twisted his ankle, or is the physio is out there in the middle. Lungi Engiri is being treated out there. He's bowled wonderfully there. 3 for 21 out of the 2.4 overs that he's bowled until now. He is lying flat next to the pitch out there in the middle at the Narendra Modi Stadium, holding his hands on his head. Canada 44 for 3 after 4.4 overs. With this, we have the opportunity to show you the scorecard. So let's have a look at the scorecard. Canada 44 for 3 after 4.4 overs. And Dilpreet Bajwa, the captain, falling off the first ball of the innings. Caught by Kock. Ball Lungi Engiri. He was caught in double minds. Went to withdraw the ball at the last minute, but the ball kissing the bat and going into the gloves of Quinton de Kock. And then Yuvraj Samra, who was promising with his shots, then fell to a faint nick caught by de Kock. No footwork on the shot offered there, and he was caught. The ball was travelling away from him. And then Nicholas Quinton, a poor shot, a poor pull shot, only to manage to hit it to the middle fielder, caught by Kagiso Rabada. And those are the 3 wickets to fall for South Africa. And Lungi Engiri is back on his feet now, and here he is running in, this time to Mova. Once again an off cutter, finds the edge and goes towards the short third man fielder. Deval Brevis collects the ball. That will just be a dot ball. 2 fours to start the over, and Lungi Engiri has made a wonderful comeback. 3 dot balls. Lungi Engiri, his strengths are accurate length control and productive use of variations. The tall pacer from South Africa is well known for his pace variations, beg your pardon, and he's bowled wonderfully even during the tour of India, and he has great deceptive techniques, especially how he rolls his fingers. Once again, this time a wonderfully bowled slow ball, a dipping Yorker, bowled it extremely slow through the air. The batsman was early into the shot, but in the last minute manages to get some bat onto it, and the ball rolls to the fielder there at mid-wicket. That will be a dot ball. A wonderful end to the over for Lungi Engiri after initially being hit for 2 boundaries of the first 2 balls, and that will be 44 for 3 after the end of 5 overs. Canada 44 for 3 after the end of 5 overs. So that's the thing, proceedings out there. Canada chasing 213 for 4 are placed at 44 for 3 after 5. They require 170 of 90 balls, and the required run rate now slowly climbing towards 11.5. Kagiso Rabada into his second over, this time angles it into the body of the batter. A good length delivery, and he taps it towards the deep fine leg fielder, and that'll just be 1 run. 144.7 clicks on this ball here. He's been ramping the pace here. Kagiso Rabada hitting over 140 clicks consistently, hitting the body channel, and a wonderful bowling out there. Bangs it in short, good length delivery, and the ball was climbing on him. Just goes past the outside edge. Wonderful ball. Banged it in short, hits the deck too hard, and great carry for the wicket keeper here. Rabada running in to bowl to Mova, angling into the pads, and all he can do is tap it to the field there at mid-wicket region. That'll be a dot ball. The required rate now well above 11.5. Someone would have to take the calculated risk here for Canada to make something out of this chase. Rabada running in. This time cleans him up. What a wonderful, wonderful ball. The off stump is gone for a cartwheeling there. He shattered the stumps. Kagiso Rabada 142.2 clicks on that ball there. And the off stump has been completely shattered as Shreyas has to make way and has to take the long walk back. The off stump is gone. Completely uprooted there. Kagiso Rabada is absolutely pumped out there. Shreyas Moya missing the line there. And he'll have to make the long walk back, scoring just 9 of 11 there. Clean bowl, Rabada. And that'll be 45 for 4 for Canada. 5.4, and they find themselves in deep trouble there. The ball was shaping away from the batter there. Full on off, late. And it shaped away late into the batter. And he went early into the shot. Wonderful bowling out there. This ball would have been tough to any batter. Wonderful line, wonderful length, shaped away in the last moment and crashing into the off stump. The batter only managed to get a small outside edge there, and once it got the edge, it slammed into the off stick there, and the batter has to depart. And Canada are now 45 for 4, and with the fall of that wicket, we are into the drinks break. 5.4 overs, Canada 45 for 4. The required run rate now inching towards 12. They're requiring 116 of 86 balls. 4 wickets down already for Canada. And how much more can Canada get here? Who is going to play the anchor's knock? Can Canada take the game deep here? They were put early into trouble with their skipper falling off the first ball of the innings there. Caught by Lungi Engiri. Caught by de Kock, ball Lungi Engiri, and Lungi Engiri has been wonderful this evening. 3 overs, 3 for 21 with an economy of 7. Marco Jansen, who's been pulled off just after 1 over after he went for 13 runs off his first over. Kagiso Rabada coming back to his second over, picking up the wicket of Shreyas Mowa, the wicket keeper. 1.4 overs, 11 runs, 1 wicket, and Canada are in deep trouble. 45 for 4. Navneet is still out there in the middle, the 37-year-old batter. Out there in the middle, can Canada manufacture a partnership out there? Can they build a partnership, a 50-60 run partnership to steady the sinking ship? Can they make something out of this game? Can they give something for the fans to cheer? Can they give something for the cricketing fans, you and us, something to talk about? Let's see. The next 1 hour is going to be extremely crucial. South Africa starting their World Cup campaign on a high note. Defending 214. They've already picked up 4 wickets within the power play. Canada 45 for 4. Can South Africa better their record from the previous World Cup? Will they be lucky this time? Can they better it by 1 step? Can they be the champions this time? Can they get their hands on the silverware? No wonder they have a wonderful squad. They have a lot of all-rounders, lot of bowlers, world-class bowlers, a lot of world-class batters, and a lot of power hitters. This time, what a way to get off the mark. Harsh Thakur there beautifully opens the face of the bat and guides the ball behind the point region. 4 runs through the infield. What a way to get off the mark. Harsh Thakur opens the face of the bat and beautifully times it. What a sight to any batter there. Out there in such a big stadium, the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. And what a way to get off the mark in the ICC T20 World Cup. Beautiful shot. This time the ball angling into the batter, and the batters hit it to the right of the bowler there, and they scamper for a quick single, and that'll be the end of the over there. 6 runs and a wicket coming off it. South Canada 50 for 4. Kagiso Rabada, the ball was closer on 145. He's consistently clicking above 143. He's generating some serious pace out there in the middle. Kagiso Rabada, 2 overs, 1 for 16, and Canada are 50 for 4 after 6. To all the listeners out there, thank you for tuning into Sports Beyond Cancer. I hope you're watching the game on your television and listening, as well as listening to our commentary, as well as listening to our fan commentary. Thank you for all the support, and thank you for staying tuned, and thank you for staying on here. Thank you for all the love and support you guys have been showing me. Thank you for all the positivity. Thank you for all the love you have been showing me, especially since the last 3 days. I'm starting to enjoy this process, starting to enjoy this commentary this time, not from the ground, but this time right from my comfort of my decks, courtesy my life circumstances. And here is Corbin Bosch running into bowl. Well bowled and well left. A teasing length there, and the batter deciding to leave it to the keeper. Wanted to go inside out, but there eventually leaves it to the keeper. So thank you for being an integral part of this journey. Thank you for making me believe in this journey, and thank you for all the love and support you guys have shown me, especially in the last 2 days. And it makes me believe in this system, in this universe. Despite 5 cancers at the age of 33, it makes me believe in this comeback, and that's all due to the love shown by you people there. Thank you for all the love, and thank you for all for being an integral part of the sporting community. As Corbin Bosch runs in wonderfully bowled, angling into the batter, and he hits it to the sweeper cover region. That'll just be 1 run there. So please, a kind request from me, share it with your friends, family, grandparents, children, grandchildren, and to any cricket sporting fan or any sporting fan. We'll be covering a lot of sports. This is just a learning curve. We are just started out on YouTube. YouTube is something very new to me, as I used to cover games right from the ground, and right now I'm covering it from the comfort of my desk. So we'll be covering a lot of sporting verticals, a lot of match watch-alongs, a lot of analysis on these channels. So please don't forget to hit the like button. If you're loving this commentary and if you're loving my effort, please put in a subscribe button. Thank you very much. Coming back to the game, Corbin Bosch, a half tracker, angled into the batter, and Navneet rocks back once again and pushes it towards the third man region. Navneet has been playing the back foot punch wonderfully. He's played 3 shots already off the back foot, punching it through the offside, punching it through the infield. So kindly press the subscribe button so that we reach the 500 goal mark, which will give me a big motivation. Once we reach the 500 goal mark, we'll try to improvise on the scorecard animations. We'll try to improvise on the kind of tech and kind of support and resources at my disposal, so that I can now think about investing in better gear, or I can think about bringing out better content to you. So every single subscription will mean the world to me. It will give me a purpose to wake up each day and work on this channel, and to bring more better content, to improvise my commentary, to improvise my style of commentary. And please give me your feedback on how I can better it, to on what else do you want to hear in this channel. And that will be the wonderful of you for joining in and staying tuned. Let's have a longer association as we build the sporting community at Sports Beyond Cancer. This time Corbin Bosch bangs it in short. Couldn't get the pull shot properly there early into the shot, only managing to hit it towards the wide of the short square leg there. That'll just be 1 run for Hurst there. We are in the 9th match of the ICC T20 World Cup 2026. Canada trying to chase the target of 214 against South Africa. We are covering live from the Narendra Modi Stadium at Ahmedabad. This time he taps it towards the point fielder, and before Dival Bravis could pick it up, the batters scamper for 1 run, and that'll be end of the over. Canada 54 for 4, just 4 runs coming off it. A great start to his spell by Corbin Bosch. 1 run, 4 for no loss. Check. Keshav Maharaj into the attack now. Flighted it through the air, pitching outside the off and turning away from the batter there. And he drives it in the air towards the long off region. 1 run there. The required run rate now is slowly climbing about 12, inching towards 12.5 now, especially after the single of the first ball. Maharaj now once again well-flighted delivery, this time angling into the pads of the batter. Hirsch goes down and taps it towards the long on region. Happy to take a single there and give the strike back to Navneet, who's shown some wonderful back foot punches. 3 wonderful back foot punches coming off Navneet Blades today. It was a delight to the eyes to see those back foot shots. Off the back foot, he punches it through the cover region, through the point region, 4 runs. So this time he steps down the ground. Navneet tries to go over the top, but opens the face of the bat, and wonderful placement of the ball there. The ball's been placed over the point fielder there, and it trickles down to the boundary fence, teasing the fielder coming in from sweeper cover, but no chance for the fielder there. The ball rolls into the boundary fence there. 4 runs there for Navneet. Steps down the wicket, opens the face of the bat, and goes over the infield. 4 runs. This time angling into the pads. He tucks it towards the deep fine leg region, and before the fielder at the from the deep square leg could cut it off, the batter scampering for quick 2 runs. 62 for 4 after 7.4 overs. The required run rate now inching towards 12.5 to be precise. 12.32. That's the scenario out there at the Narendra Modi Stadium. Navneet on strike to face to Maharaj. Maharaj well-flighted delivery angling into the batter. All he can manage is to tap it to the fielder just wide of short fine leg, and the batters can easily cross over for a single runs. Canada will be keen to build a partnership here. Someone would have to stabilize the innings. This time quicker one. The ball's been hit towards the point region, and 1 run on offer there, and that will be the end of the 8th over. Just 10 runs coming off it. A good one for Canada, considering how they have been playing, especially since the last few overs. 10 runs coming off it, and 150 runs required of 72. The required run rate 12.5, and Canada requiring 150 of 72, and Keshav Maharaj 10 runs of his first over. Marco Jansen brought into the attack this time, and Hurst this time cuts it towards the fielder at third man region. That'll just be 1 run. Well. I've had a lot of people asking me the last couple of days that they wanted to know about my cancer story, the 5 cancer battles that I've had. So I've just added in my profile ID of Instagram, just on the left of the screen, top left of the screen, Shourabh_Chikarito. So please feel free to follow me on Instagram, especially my personal page, and there you can find my battles with 5 cancers, the story behind the battles with my 5 cancers, and how the life panned out for me. So please feel free to check out my cancer journey and story, as it's going to be a long process if I'm going to be explaining it on this channels. So I'm extremely sorry to all the fans who have asked me to explain my cancer story, or were curious to know about my cancer story, because they were curious about my 5 cancers at the age of 33. So I've dropped in my Instagram profile ID, personal profile ID on the top there, on your top left. So please, please, please feel free to follow me. And thank you for all the love, and hope you get an insight into my cancer journey and cancer story. And please share it to anyone who's undergoing through the same phase, who's battling cancer, or even who's battling any hardship in their life. So please feel free to hit that. Check on the Instagram Saurabh_Chicharito. That's my Instagram ID. So thank you very much, and thank you for all the love. This time banks it in short outside the off stump. Once again going towards the third man region. It's in the air. Can Rabada take this catch? It just falls short of him. That'll just be one run on offer. I'm extremely sorry to all those who asked me about explaining my cancer story. Probably one day I will do it on this channel when the time is right. But until now, if you're keen to know about the story, if you're keen to know about my fight with life and the resilience I had to put up, so that'll be available clearly on my personal Insta ID, which is, I'll put it on the top left corner of your screen now. This time banged it in short, 140 clicks there, and the batter hooks it away over the deep fine leg region. 6 runs into the stands. Wonderful shot for Hurst there. 8 runs coming off the over. Spoiled a very good over, bowling in by Marco Jansen. 72 for 4 there. Canada after 9 overs. South Africa 213 for 4, and Canada currently after 9, 72 for 4. They require 142 of 66 balls, and the required run rate now climbing closely towards 13 and over. What can Canada manufacture here? Can they go over 12 runs and over every single over to take the game close? Can they go over 10 runs and over at least up to the end of the 14th or the 15th over and manufacture something out of this chase? Can they put in a fight to put some pressure back on the Proteas camp? Please, please, please stay tuned. We have an exciting game on the cards. This World Cup has been nothing short of exciting. Wonderful, wonderful start with Pakistan narrowly winning against Netherlands. A dropped catch off the penultimate over, and the batter capitalizing on it and scoring 22 off the next ball. To be precise, the batter was Fahim Ashraf, and he took Pakistan home, narrowly winning by 3 wickets and 3 balls to spare. And then Romario Shepherd picking up a hat-trick, a fifer, and 4 wickets in the same game. What a wonderful effort there by the big man there, as West Indies beating Scotland, and then India surviving the scare against USA. Surya Kumar Yadav initially being dropped, and then capitalizing on it and taking India to 160. Who as they looked 77 for 6 at one stage, and the entire Wankhede was silenced by the USA bowlers there. But India making a comeback with the innings of Surya Kumar Yadav, and the wonderful effort from Mohammad Siraj, who one day earlier was sitting back in his home, gets a call to replace Harshit Rana, and straight away into the squad, bowls wonderfully along with the other bowlers out there. What a season, what a start to the World Cup this has been. And here we are today at Narendra Modi Stadium, coming all the way from Ahmedabad. South Africa sets in 214 and as target, and Canada en route. 9.3 overs, 73 for 4, 141 required of 62. Keshav Maharaj into his second over. Just 1 run of the first 4 balls. He's bowling it slower through the air this time. Well tossed, angling into the batter. No much room there, cramping him for space. The batter happy to tap it towards the long on region. 1 run on offer, and he'll gladly accept it. This time Maharaj well-flighted delivery, pitching on the off and turning away from the batter, and he taps it towards the cow corner region. The fielder from deep mid-wicket, he'll move to its left and pick the ball and throw it back to the keeper there. And that'll be the end of the over. A wonderful over, as South Africa are 75 for 4 after 10 overs. The halfway stage in this chase. And Keshav Maharaj just giving away 3 runs off the last over. Beautifully bowled there. Drifting the ball through the air, giving it a toss and letting the ball grip the surface and turn away from the batter there. The partnership now 30 off 26. It's been a steady partnership. Someone would have to take the extra risk with the run rate now well above 13. To be precise, 13.9, very close to 14 now. Can someone manufacture something out there? Corbin Bosch, wonderfully bowled, in swinger angling into the pads. Finds the outside edge and rolls down past the point fielder and goes towards the third man. That'll just be one run to start the over. Earlier today, George Munsey played wonderfully well against Italy, who made a debut in the ICC format of the T20 World Cup. Scotland winning the game easily by 73 runs. And later in the afternoon, Zimbabwe making an easy chase. 103 was the target as they dismissed Oman for 103, and Zimbabwe comfortably winning it by 8 wickets. So Zimbabwe, Brendan Taylor has made a comeback into the team. I mean, this man, 40-year-old. I remember him playing in the first edition of the 2007 World Cup, I guess, where he scored the winning runs against Australia in one of the T20 games, and he's back here now. 40-year-old Brendan Taylor is back to play for Zimbabwe, and that's an interesting story out there from the Zimbabwe camp. And now South Africa versus Canada. Let's get back to this game. Two runs of the first 4 balls. Corbin Bosch has been bowling wonderfully well. 1.3 overs. 1.3 overs, beg your pardon. Just 6 runs given away. And South Africa, what a plethora of fast bowler resources. All-rounders they have. 24.1% of South African bowlers have been bowling 140 plus clicks there since T20I ODs in 2025, with the likes of Marco Jansen, Rabada, Lungi Yengidi, and now Corbin Bosch, a new addition into the team now. He's been a wonderful all-rounder as seen during the tour in the Indian subcontinent. So as mentioned earlier, I hope you guys are checking out my Instagram profile to know my cancer story, because I've had a lot of questions yesterday about sharing my cancer story on how and what type of cancers, especially the 5 cancer I had to face at the age of 33. So please do check the Instagram profile, which is on the top left of your screen there. And please don't feel shy to hit the follow button there. Hurst this time banged it in short. This time walks back. Wonderful shot. The ball sails into the stands. A beautiful shot. And the ball sails into the crowd. Wonderful pick-up shot there. Pull shot there in the deep mid-wicket region. 6 runs for Hurst there. He's shown some promising shots there. 84 for 4. Corbin Bosch banks it in short. And Hurst rocks back and slaps it over the fielder there into the stands. A huge 6, 86 meters there on the cards. A wonderful 6 there to break the shackles. Corbin Bosch running in. Once again, the ball climbing on him. Tries to cut. Appeal there by the keeper. The ball was well wide outside the off stump. And he tries to cut it, and the umpire Nitin Menon raises his finger. Is this the end of Hurst's career? Is this the end of hope for Canada here? And has Hurst Tucker gone in for the review here? I think he's gone in for the review here. The ball was meant to be hit, lot of width there, but it was climbing on him. He goes for the wild cut, fails to get connection on the bat. But the umpire and the bowlers feel that the batter has got an edge here. But the batter, thinking otherwise, straight away goes for the review, I guess. There it is. He's gone for the review. The third umpire is now under the scanner. Third umpire for today, Sharafadullah, is under the scanner here. And the ultra edge showing there no spike out there in the middle. That would be not out there. No spike seen on the ultra edge. And an easy decision for the third umpire. And Nitin Menon has to reverse his decision. And Canada will retain the review. And that will be the end of the over. And after the end of the 11th over, Canada are 84 for 4. And the required run rate now climbing well above 14 now. Someone will have to play the aggressive knock to make something out of this chase, to bring some momentum for Canada in this encounter against South Africa in the 9th match of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, happening right here at the Narendra Modi Stadium from Ahmedabad. Well, please drop in your comment. Let me know, do you think South Africa can win the silverware this year? Can they finally get their hands on the ICC Men's T20 World Cup trophy? Please drop in your comment. Wonderfully kept there, angling down the leg. And the ball was flying away from the batter, away from the keeper there. And the keeper stops puts in a wonderful full stretch drive. Saved 4 runs for the team, or the batter scamper for 1 run. Saved 3 runs for the team there. Wonderful keeping there. Full stretch dive from Quinton de Kock. Puts in all the extra yards to get a hand on the ball. Straying down the leg here, Kagiso Rabada. This time, quicker ball, banged it in the good length spot and hits the body. Hits his ribcage. Angled into the body. Wonderful body piece of bowling there. Kagiso Rabada consistently hitting the 140 clicks kilometer per hour there. He's been generating some serious pace out there in the middle. Well, I see some new followers on my Instagram ID there. Thank you for joining in, and thank you for being an integral part of my journey, my cancer story, and for being an integral part of Sports Beyond Cancer. Thank you for all the love and support you guys have been showing me. As told earlier, to know my cancer story, please click on my personal Insta profile ID that I have provided on the left side, top left of the screen. A lot of people have asked me to talk about my cancer story, especially during the past 3-4 days, but I'm still not ready to talk over it on this channel especially. So with time I'll definitely let you know, but don't hesitate to follow my cancer story on my personal account, which is on the top left of your screen. There you will get all the information about what type of cancers, the 5 cancers I had to face, all at the age of 33, and this time wide outside the off stump and makes room for himself. Wonderful shot, goes through the cover, goes through the line of the ball, above the cover fielder there, above the infield. 4 runs there. Navneet has been batting wonderfully this evening. He's been too strong on the offside. A beautiful shot there over the cover region. Canada 91 for 4. Can they make something out of this chase? Can Navneet do something wonderful here? This time tries to go cut it, but gets a thick edge and the ball goes rolling towards the third man fielder there, and Lungi Angadi completing the proceedings there. (92 for 4) after 11.4, 122 required from 50 balls. That's the scenario out there in the middle. So Rabada 24 for 1 after 2.4, running in this time once again, quick and fast. Wonderfully bowled Yorker there. The batter manages to squeeze it just to the front of the cover region. He'll pick up a single and beg your pardon, there's one more ball in the over. 121 from 49, that's the equation out there in the middle from Narendra Modi Stadium here at Ahmedabad. Can Canada manufacture something out of this chase here? Can they bring back some momentum? They're struggling at 93 for 4. The run rate now climbing close to 15. And was that a no ball? And a no ball signal from the umpire there. This is going to be a free hit. Will this be the change of momentum here? Was this the moment that the Canada will have to capitalize on? Banged in shot this time, well above the bowler's head. Will this be called wide? The batter look at the leg umpire, and that will be called wide. The umpire flexing his arms there, and he would have to re-bowl once again, and the free hit stays on. Navneet Dhaliwal, who's been wonderful through the offside, especially with his back foot punches, still on strike on 35, all set to face the free hit ball from Kagiso Rabada, who's overstepped there on the previous ball. Can he get a maximum? Can he get a boundary here? Kagiso Rabada this time angling into the batter. He stays back and slams it all along the ground towards the fielder there at long on region. Good ball there from Rabada. He's bowling in quick today. He's cranking a lot of pace. He's been consistent above 140. A lot of South African bowlers have been consistent today above 140. Serious pacers out there in the South African camp with the likes of Rabada, Lungi Engedi, Marco Jansen and Corbin Bosch, with the likes of Bosch and Jansen acting as all-rounders. They have been wonderful with the bat, especially on the Indian subcontinent. Rabada this time wonderfully bowled, back of the hand delivery, a slower one, a good change of pace, but the batter was early to read this, decides to respect the ball, just defends it, and that will be a dot ball to end the over. So after the end of the 12th over, South Africa, Canada are 96 for 4, and the required run rate is now inching towards 15. Are Canada leaving it too late to play some aggressive shots here? Close to 15 the required run rate, 118 required of 48. The partnership now has crossed 50, 51 of 38. Navneet Dhaliwal 36 unbeaten of 29. He's been batting wonderfully. Harsh Thakur 26 of 21. But this strike rate is not going to be enough if they are going to need to be chasing 15 runs and overs. Someone has to play the long handle. Someone has to take the extra risk. Someone has to take the game deep. Who is it going to be? Dhaliwal has been promising. So has been Thakur. Marco Jansen, who's been expensive in his first 2 overs, giving away 21, has been brought into the attack. He's running in to bowl to Navneet. This time angles it into the pad. He taps it wide of the bowler there towards the right, and the batters have sufficient time to pick up 1 run there. Marco Jansen, 117 required of 47. That's the equation. This time angles it away from the batter. A Yorker length delivery. He managed to squeeze it onto his pads, and the ball rolls down to the bowler there. That will be a dot ball. 97 for 4 after 12.2. Well. This has been the scenario of this World Cup. What wonderful start to this World Cup. 3 beautiful days. What a start to this campaign. What a spectacle for cricketing fans all around the globe. Earlier today, KL Rahul playing a wonderful knock in the Ranji Trophy and taking Karnataka home. More cricketing action to follow tomorrow. Netherlands taking on Namibia in Delhi in the Arun Jaitley Stadium. This time banged in shot once again outside the off stump. The ball was climbing on him. He rocks back and tries to cut, only to find the outside edge. 1 bounce to the fielder there, third man. And New Zealand, the Kiwis, taking on UAE at the MA Chidambaram Stadium in the afternoon at 3 p.m. And Pakistan taking on USA tomorrow at 7 p.m. Well, that's going to be an interesting game. USA have shown what they can do. They have been wonderful, wonderful, especially against India initially. They had their homework sorted out. They had plans against each batter. They came up with a plan, even with Abhishek Sharma, put in an odd fielder out there in the sweeper cover region, and he was caught off the first ball. So they have sorted plans that with this, they have been sorted with the homework, especially with the plans for every batter. It's going to be an interesting contest tomorrow, Pakistan versus USA. So please, please, please hit the subscribe button so that you stay tuned for all the sporting action that we are going to bring into you. We are putting a lot of effort to bring in this live sporting telecast for you guys. Thank you for all the support you guys have shown us. Please, please, please hit the subscribe button. Marco Jansen this time goes for the wild slash, goes for the wild drive, completely missing the line of the ball. That will be just 3 runs off the overs. And with that, Canada are 99 for 4 after the end of 13. The required run rate climbing steeply now. It's gone close to 16 and a half now. 16 and a half, 16.43 to be precise. What can Canada manufacture here? Have they let it too late? Can they put South Africa under a little bit of pressure here? Can they manufacture something out of this match? Well, we will know about it in the next 7 overs. 42 balls remaining, 115 to get. And please, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. And as you guys were asking you guys were asking to know about my cancer story, I'm pretty sure I'll be letting you all know somewhere down the line. But if you want to know something about my cancer story, my 5 cancers, please please don't hesitate to look at my personal profile, which have put it on the left side top corner of the screen there, Saurabh_Sikarito, and please hit the follow button, and there you will get all the stories and all the information regarding my 5 cancers. I had a lot of messages yesterday in regards to speak about my 5 cancers, so please go there and please check it out, and I promise you I'll definitely talk it out someday here when I feel myself comfortable here. So that's the story here. Maharaj back into the attack. Dot ball of the first ball. Well flighted delivery, angling into the pads, and he tucks it away towards the left of Lungi Angiri at short fine leg. That'll just be 1 run for the batters there. 114 of 40. The required run rate is now close to 17 now. Harsh Thakur, 25 of 27. Both the batters out there have shown some promising shots. The partnership 55 of 46, a steady partnership to stabilize the innings. And Canada reached 100 runs for 13.2, the 3-figure mark there for Canada. This time toss the ball, the batter makes room outside the leg stump, but the bowler going well wide, well outside the wide guidelines, and that will be a wide ball, and the umpire's flexing his arm there, and he would have to re-bowl that once again. This time tossed up delivery, angling into the batter, and the batter rocks back and gladly taps it back to the fielder there at long on. What are Canada doing here? Completely clueless. The run rate now 17.23, and they haven't played an aggressive shot since a long time. What are they up to? What is the thinking tank doing there? What's the strategy behind this sort of a mindset? Rotating the strikes with the strike rate going close to 17 and a half now. South Africa will be happy to give away the singles. They are under no pressure there. They are calmly churning out the overs there as Maharaj coming into bowl. This time darted in towards the stumps there. He rocks back and hits it all along the ground towards the mid-off region. 104 for 4, 13.45 overs. That's the scenario out there. 214 the target. 110 in 36 balls. Maharaj for one last time. He's bowled brilliantly. 2.5 for none for 18. This time he steps out. A well-flighted delivery outside the off stump. Goes along with the line of the ball. Navneet there going deep into the stands over the long off fielder. Finally, from positive aggressive my intent shown there from the batter. After a long time, Navneet walks down the track, charges down the track, and takes on Maharaj off the last ball and hits it straight over the mid-off fielder as the ball sails into the stands for a maximum. So after the end of the 14th, 110 for 4, Canada with 104 required of the next 36 balls. And that will be a drinks break, I guess. A nod of the head there from Maharaj. A well tossed up delivery outside the off stump. And that'll be drinks break for the players out there. To just give you a recap of what's happened here, Canada chasing the target of 214 for 4, which was earlier set by South Africa, courtesy a wonderful, wonderful knock from Aiden Markram, and then a late onslaught from David Miller and Tristan Stubbs there. And in reply, Lungi Angry putting in early damage into the Canadian dressing camp, picking up the Canadian skipper of the first ball. And he is bowled wonderfully, picking up 3 wickets for 21 runs off his 3 overs. And then Kagi Siorawara picking up 1 wicket, 3 for 28. 3 overs, 1 for 28. And Navneet Dhaliwal and Shreyas Moore and Harsh Thakur stabilizing the innings here with an unbeaten partnership of 65 of 50. They have been playing some cautious cricket out there, but with the required run rate now climbing close to 18, they would have to play the aggressive shots. Someone would have to take the risk. Someone would have to play the innovative, creative shots, just like Navneet played a wonderful shot just before the drinks break, coming down the ground, going over the long off region, slams a wonderful 6. Someone would have to play those shots on a consistent basis for Canada to make something out of the chase. So 110 for 4, that's the situation out there after 14 overs. Canada requiring 104 of 36 balls. Harsh Thakur batting on 29 of 27, and Navneet Dhaliwal 4 short of a well-deserved 50 of 35 balls. The strike rate 131.43, and the players are taking a drinks break. At the drinks break, Canada 110 for 4. The required run rate inching close to 17.5. I hope all you guys have had your dinner. It's 10:07 now, right now in India, as we watch on to this exciting encounter, the 9th game of the ICC Men's T20 International World Cup 2026. Co-hosted by India and Sri Lanka. To all the listeners out there, thank you for tuning in and thank you for staying along. Every second, every minute you're going to stay is going to be a motivating factor for me, and it will aid me to better my work, to come with more creative stuff, to come with more content, to come with more sporting games across the globe. We will be covering a lot of sports, including the likes of cricket, tennis, football. As I was a sports journalist earlier, I'm keen to continue my passion, the passion that I gave all my life about. I don't want cancer to take it away from me and give it all back to the sporting community. And here I am right from my desk, trying to give it all back to the sporting community, despite being in the remission phase. I'm glad I'm in the remission phase now, and I can do some justice to my career, do some justice to my passion, and give it back to you all. And this is all possible because of you guys. Thank you for joining in, showing me the support, and thank you for making me believe in this journey. I promise to give it all. I promise to learn along the go. This is something new for me, especially the YouTube, because covering virtually is something very new to me. I have been covering the games right from the ground. This is the first time I'm covering it virtually, and thanks for all the love you guys have shown for the last 3 days. Please do share with your friends, family, relatives and grandparents, grandchildren, everyone you know, every sports fan, or anyone who's going through a hard time, or anyone who is in need of some resilience or is in need of some real life experiences. I can just give a pep talk to them, or I can have a chat to them. I can talk to them, because I leaned on to a lot of people, especially during my battles with cancer. This time goes inside out, over the covers, and it goes in the boundary fence. 4 runs. Lungi Angidi, 4 runs off the first ball, and this time a slower one once again. Lungi Angidi has been wonderful for South Africa with his variations. Picks up his 4th wicket of the night. A slower ball, 112.7 clicks there. The batsman is early into the shot, tries to go over the mid-off region once again, only to find the outside edge, and the ball sails towards the Third man region easily catched there by the fielder. It was dying on the fielder there. Kagisio Rabada once again falling towards his friend and wonderfully taken there. And Lungi Angani, the star of South Africa tonight, picking up his fourth wicket. Can he get a fifer? Five more. He has four more balls to go, and can he get his fifth wicket of the night? Canada 114 for 5 after 14.2. They require 100 runs of 34. The win percentage for Canada looks very bleak now. The required run rate going close to 18 now. And Lungi Angri picking up his fourth wicket of the night. Wonderful bowling out there by the gentleman. He has a great deception, especially the way he cuts through the seam of the ball and bowls the slow one, the off cutters, the back of the hand deliveries, the bouncers, the quicker ones, and the Yorkers. This guy has it all in his armory. He's a wonderful bowler. He has all the skill sets, and he's proving why he's the match winner for South Africa and for the Proteas here. 4 for 25 after 3.2, and here he is running in once again. Wonderfully bowled, change of pace, drive towards the right of the fielder, bowler, beg your pardon. Full commitment there from Lungi Angri. Puts in a dive towards his right. Wonderfully received, slower one. 100% commitment there. And no run there. Wonderfully stopping the ball of his own bowling there. Lungi Angri. Take a bow, gentlemen. 4 wickets for 25. 3 more balls to go. Can he get a well-deserved fifer here? A fifer will be. This time banged in shot. Can it be a fifer? Couldn't get good connection on the bat. Just goes over the mid-wicket fielder there. David Miller there. And that'll just be 1 run. Lungi Angri would have been excited there. The ball was so close to Miller, just going above him. And that'll just be 1 run as Saad bin Zafar is off the strike. Best figures in this ICC Men's T20 World Cup. 5 for 20 by Romario Shepherd. 4 for 17 by Leask earlier today in the day against Italy. 4 for 25 by Van Schlakwyk against India. What a spell that day by Van Schlakwyk. Troubling the Indian top order, putting them under pressure. And Lungi Angri here, 4 for 26. It's always wonderful to see bowlers getting the limelight in this format of this game, which has been extremely cruel, especially with a lot of rules favoring the batters, the shorter grounds, the heavier bats, the bigger blades, and the free hits. No room for error for the bowlers, and it's wonderful to see in this ICC Men's 2020 World Cup 2026 a lot of bowlers getting into the limelight with the likes of Michael Leask, Romario Shepherd, Jason Holder, Lungi Angiri, all getting in with some wonderful performances, especially in this format of this game. And as a cricketing fan, you always enjoy bowlers because bowlers wins your games on many occasions. And this time I tried a slow one. The last ball of his spell goes inside out, and that'll be a boundary to end the over. He is disappointed there. Would have loved to get the fifer there. Lungi Angiri, he looks in the air towards the heaven, but that's fine. He's bowled wonderfully. Hold your head high, gentlemen. Here bowled wonderfully. 4 overs, 4 for 31. A wonderful spell there by Lungi Angiri as he has crumbled the Canada batting lineup there with an economy of 7.8. He's picked up 4 for 31, and Canada are 120 for 5 after 15, requiring 94 of 30 balls. The run rate now creeping, climbing, steeping towards 19. Maharaj into the attack. Wonderfully angled into the batter, and now Nate tapping it towards the wide of the mid-wicket region. Maharaj running towards it and collecting the ball, and batters have sufficient time to cross over for single. South Africa versus Canada, bringing you live from the Ahmedabad Stadium, the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Canada are in deep trouble. 93 required of 29, with half the batters already back in the dugout. 29 balls to go, 93 runs required, and South Africa will not mind those singles here. They would require close to 20 runs every over from here on. Can they put some pressure back on the South African camp here? This time banged it in short, wide outside the off stump. Tries to pull it fiercely on it to get the bottom edge, and the ball rolls back to the bowler there. Maharaj has bowled wonderfully. 3.2, none for 25. Tossed up, beg your pardon, darted in wide off the off stump, well within the wide guidelines. Tries to cut, misses it. No run there. 90.4 clicks on the delivery from Maharaj there. The batter is looking towards the field on the leg side. Is this going to be a premeditated shot? Seems like it. But Maharaj bowling it outside the off stump, darted in, and the batter can only tap it back to the long on fielder. Picks up a single and gives back the strike to Navneet. Navneet, who's batted wonderfully tonight. 48. He's on 48, too short of a well-deserved 50. He definitely deserves a 50 out here. He's batted beautifully, especially those back foot punches through the point region. Simply wonderful. A delight to any cricketing fan. A spectacle to the eyes. And this time angled into the batter, and he taps it gently towards the fielder. Deep square leg region. They were interested for the 2 runs, but the fielder Rabada running in quick there and restricting the batter to only 1 run. 123 for 5. Navneet moves on to 39, 1 short of a well-deserved 50 here, and the strike is now back to Zafar. 91 required of 25. 123 for 5 here after 15.5. Maharaj, last ball of his spell, none for 27. He'll be keen to get a wicket here. He's pushing the fielder back to the fence. This time, the batter taps it towards the wide of long on. Rickleton collects the ball there, darts the throw back into de Kock. That'll be just 1 run to end the over. And after 16, Canada 124 for 4. Wonderful over the bowl by the left arm spinner. Just 4 runs coming off it at this situation when 20 runs were required of the over. And now with just the 4 runs coming off it, the required run rate has climbed well above 22, to be precise, 22 and a half. 90 runs of 90 runs of 4 overs. That's the situation. An easy game for South Africa here. Canada have lost the plot. Someone had to take on the bowlers. Someone had to counter-attack the bowlers, especially from the 10th to the 16th over. No risk cricket being played here by Canada. Someone would have to take the long handle. Someone would have to take the extra yards. Can they still manage to reduce the deficit here? 90 required of 24. Can Canada manage to reduce the deficit here? Wonderfully bowled Yorker there. Corbin washed, cramped the batsman for space there. And the ball missing the batter, missing the leg stump. And that'll be a dot ball. Wonderfully angled there. Left-hander Zafar had no clue. Tried to squeeze the ball. The ball goes past him. Lucky there, it didn't go onto the stumps. Dot ball. (90 of 23). That's the situation out there. Corbin Bosch, full toss, and there's been a misfield. He cuts it through the point region, goes past through the point fielder. Wonderful fielding by Rickleton there, coming in from sweeper cover, sliding in and cutting the ball just before the boundary fence, and that'll just be 2 runs for Zafar there. There you go. The wonderful highlights of the boundaries of Navneet Dhaliwal. The back foot punches. What a delight to the eyes. Probably that's his favorite shot. He's been strong in that region towards the backward point region. The way he jumps back to his back foot and the way he punches the ball, doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. There you go to all the youngsters. That's how you play a back foot punch shot through the infield, through the point region, through the covers. Navneet Dhaliwal, that's the highlights you need to watch. Wonderful batting and display. What a way to play those back foot punches. He's been wonderful, wonderful. A delight for every cricketing fan to watch out today. This time bangs in shot. All SAvCAN manages a pull shot that was teasing Corbin Walsh as it went above his head. It was in the air, but the batters scamper for a quick single. Now Nit Dhaliwal, can he get that much deserved 50? He's been promising today. He's managed to impress me, and I'm sure he's managed to impress a lot of cricketing fans across the globe despite Canada's performances. He's been a star there. He's shown how to play the back foot punch shots. He's been clinical with those shots. Probably his favorite shot. He's on 49 of 38. Can he get to his 50? Bowled outside the leg stump, straying down the leg this time, coming around the wicket, and Nitin Menon signalling wide there. He'll out to re-bowl that once again. Marco Jansen bringing in some sawdust at the popping crease. Corbin Bosch having some trouble there with his landing feet, especially in that region near the popping crease. Marco Jansen aiding him with some sawdust. Corbin Bosch this time will be running in to bowl into Launit, coming from around the wicket. And he tucks it towards the deep mid-wicket region. That is a well-deserved 50 for Navneet Dhaliwal. What a knock, gentlemen. What a knock. Despite the situation Canada find themselves in, this guy has been a revelation. This guy will be one of the best batters going ahead. I mean, what wonderful shots he played. The back foot punch shots. Wonderful, wonderful to watch. A cricketing delight for every sports fan there. He raises the bat, and the Canada dugout standing, everyone in the stands standing, acknowledging this wonderful, wonderful knock there out by Navneet. He's been there, out there in the middle, fighting it out there for Canada. A lone battle there by Dhaliwal. 85 of 20 this time, tries to go across the line. Zafar only managed to get a single. Beautiful, beautiful batting there. Navneet, despite the circumstances, despite the scoreline, he's batted wonderfully. He's got no support out there. 50 of 39. Beautiful stroke play. Wonderful, wonderful timer of the ball. That's how you play cricket, gentlemen. That's how you play cricket. To all the youngsters watching out there, Navneet Dhaliwal, a wonderful, wonderful patron of the back foot punch shots. Corbin Bosch running in to bowl to Navneet. Into the pads. Goes across the line. Has a swipe. The ball rolling towards the deep mid-wicket region. No protection out there in the deep. But the fielder from the deep mid-wicket region will run to his left and cut the ball and restrict the batters to 2 runs. And with that, the end of the 17th over, just 8 runs coming off it. Canada are 132 for 5 after 17. 82 runs required of 18 balls. That's the scenario out there in the middle there. And to all the folks, welcome to Sports Beyond Cancer. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and I hope you're enjoying the effort put behind the stream. And please, please, please don't forget to hit the like button, and please, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. That will mean the world to me. That will mean everything to me for putting this effort, and it will give me a motivation to follow my passion, to follow my love towards sports journalism, this time from the comfort of my home, not from the field. This is something new to me, covering it virtually. So please, please, please bear if I'm doing any mistakes. This is just a learning curve for me, covering it virtually from YouTube. And please don't forget to hit the subscribe button, because that will give me a motivation to wake up early and come back to you with more content, more stories, and more sporting action. And please, please, please don't forget to look at my Instagram profile too. To all those people who wanted to know more about my cancer journey, I'm definitely going to talk about it on this channel someday. But until then, you can have a look at my personal Instagram profile, which I've added on the left top side of the screen. And please don't hesitate to hit the follow button. Let's all build a good sporting community. Let's all uplift one another, and let's all show the world the power behind the human spirit. So that's all from me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's the reason behind the name of the channel, Sports Behind Cancer, as Marco Jansen this time comes in to bowl a wide ball, or straying down the leg, and that'll be a wide ball. And this time he's bowled in a bouncer, angling into the batter, and he tries to pull the ball, and that will be caught. He's holed down. He's holed out in the deep. Zafar has to depart. He tries to play the pull shot. A slower bouncer there, just 117 clicks. Was it the knuckle ball? It was a knuckle ball, banged in shot, and he goes for the pull. Doesn't get good timing on it. Was early into the shot, and good catch there out in the deep square leg region, and Markram is happy. He's applauding the efforts of the bowler there. Wonderful, wonderful change of pace. Sad bin Zafar, 11 runs from 12 balls. He struggled down middle. He struggled to time the ball out there in the middle, and that will be the end of the. You beg your pardon. That will be the 6th wicket down for Canada. 133 for 6 after 17.1 overs. The required run rate now inching towards 30. Well, that's going to be impossible here. How much more can the Canada get? Can they reduce the deficit? Can they better the net run rate record? 81 of 17. You never know. Tournaments like this, net run rate can get extremely tricky. South Africa need to continue to be brutal, especially in the last 2.5 overs that's remaining. 2.5 overs is remaining. Every single run can contribute to that net run rate. You never know. This is the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026, and cricket has always been a funny game. Cricket has always been a cruel game. It's all a margin of fractions. Marco Jansen running in this time to bowl to the new batter. Jaskarandeep here, and Jaskarandeep here goes along the line, tries to go for the 6, and he's been hauled out to Stubbs, taking a wonderful, well judged catch there out there in the deep in the boundary at long on region, angled into the pads, and Jaskarandeep going along the line, trying to go for the maximum towards the long on region, and he's hit it straight into the hands. Stubbs just moving to his right, realizing that the boundary ropes are behind him, positioning him himself perfectly, and he takes the catch wonderfully. And Jaskarandeep Singh will have to go without troubling the scorers. He walks off with a golden duck. Canada 133 for 7, and the required run rate now about 30. Well, I just love it when the bowlers get on in this situation. Marco Jansen on a hat-trick. We already had one hat-trick yesterday, and on a couple of occasions, I think a couple of 3 times already, bowlers had picked up 2 wickets of consecutive balls and were on hat-trick. And it's always amazing to see bowlers perform exceptionally well in this format of this game, because T20 has always favored the batters. Smaller grounds, bigger blades, heavier bats. Lot of rules favoring the batters, especially the power plays, especially the the free hits. And this time on a hat-trick, inside edge, too close there. The ball deflects onto the pads. Marco Jansen was interested there. Oh my God, that was close to a hat-trick, but that'll just be 1 run. A slow one ball there, 118.8 clicks. Tried to deceive the batter there. The batter gets an inside edge onto the shoes, and that'll just be 1 run. He'll be off the mark. Liger off the mark. Navneet 52 of 40, waging a lone battle out there for Canada as the others crumble. This time once again he goes on to his back foot and punches it through the offside. He was interested for the second there. There was a clear second there, but Liger completely declining it, and Navneet would not be happy with that. 135 for 7, 17.4 overs, 79 runs of 14 balls. That's the situation out there. The game's well gone from the grasp of Canada. South Africa will be eager to finish off things here. Finish off in a very positive manner as early as possible to up the net run rate once again. Every single run, every single thing matters here. Marco Jansen this time straying down the leg. That'll be a white ball, extra ball, and he will have to run back and bowl it once again. The umpire Jamarawan flexing his arms, white ball. And we have a lot of games coming up tomorrow too. Netherlands taking on Namibia at Delhi, New Zealand taking on UAE at Chennai, and Pakistan will be taking on United States of America. That is going to be an exciting game. United States already putting up a big scare against India, reducing India to 77 for 6 at one stage and silencing Wankhede at one point. The city of cricket in India, Wankhede was silenced at one point. Luckily, Suryakumar Yadav was dropped early and then he went on, capitalized on it and put India in a winning position, decent position to be honest. 161 at Wankhede was decent. And then what a story, what a story. Mohammad Siraj, who was one day earlier back at his home, he gets a call from Suryakumar Yadav because Harshit Rana was injured and he directly comes into the team and puts up a wonderful performance, and he along with other bowlers taking India along to the win. This World Cup has been nothing short of a wonderful experience. Marshall, Shepherd's, Pfeiffer and Nepal pulling off a narrow loss. Beg your pardon, England pulling off a narrow win against Nepal. Just 4 runs. Nepal cricket team have sent out a world statement here. They have put out a big statement that they are here to stay, they are here to play, they are here to compete, and they are no more an underdogs. They are a serious threat to all the top teams out there. And then Netherlands narrowly missing out as Pakistan winning by 3 wickets against Netherlands during the World Cup opener, courtesy a dropped catch. So that's been the scenario of this World Cup. So after the end of the 18th over, 138 for 7. Thank you all the folks for tuning in this channel. This time, wonderful shot there by Navneet. This man doesn't fail to impress once again. He's been a star for Canada. What a night he's having. Once again, banged in shot, goes for the pull on one leg and goes over the shot third man, shot fine leg fielder. 4 runs there. What a wonderful pickup shot there. Didn't try to hit the ball too hard. Beautifully timed in the gap. Perfection, perfectly executed, and Rabada will be livid with himself. 58 of 43 for Navneet here, waging a lone battle out there for the Canada. 142 for 7 of 18.1. Rabada running in. This time beautifully goes straight down the wicket, and that'll be 4. He moves his front leg across and slams it over the bowler's head. One bounce into the advertising boards. What a wonderful knock. What wonderful range of shots this gentleman has. Knew that the bowler will come full at him. Steps back a little bit. Goes underneath the ball and straight as an arrow. Hits the ball straight over the bowler's head. No chance for Marco Jansen running in from long on there. This time, wonderful Yorker, great Yorker from Rabada. The balls missed everything there. The batter, the legs, goes under the legs and the stumps as well. And that'll be a dot ball. 141.3 clicks are there on by Rabada. A Yorker of 141.3 clicks. Wonderfully bowled. 68 runs required from 9. Whatever you say about Canada, they have lost this game. But this young gentleman, Navneet, has managed to win many hearts today. And he's definitely managed to impress me. He's been wonderful. I have become a big fan of Navneet, especially his drives, especially his back foot punches. I've never seen any batter recently play the back foot punches so perfectly and in so much style. What a wonderful character. Navneet Dhaliwal waging a lone battle. 63 of 46, 148 for 7, and Rabada overstepping here. Navneet is off the strike with a stringle, and Hayliger will take strike for the free hit here. This time Yorker length delivery, tries to drive it, hits straight to the cover, and the batters have to scamper as David Miller has a shy at the batting end, but the ball misses the stump and Navneet is back on strike now. 149 for 7, 8 balls to go, 65 from 8. The equation is out of question now. Well, all I'm watching is the game is for Navneet now. How much more can Navneet get? How much more can Navneet impress us? He's been a superstar for the cricketing world. He's been wonderful for Canada today. He's been waging a lone battle. This time Yorker, wonderfully bowled there. All Navneet can manage is squeeze it back to the bowler. Rabada, 140.1 clicks there. Wonderful effort there from South African bowlers. The ease at which they bowl these Yorkers at such a wonderful pace. Simply wonderful. What wonderful resources for Aiden Markram to have in his team. The likes of even Anric Nokia warming the bench out today. What wonderful serious paces these Proteas have produced. This time low full toss dipping into the batter. This time drives it to the mid on long on fielder. That'll just be one run. And after 19, Canada 150 for 7. And Aiden Markram indicating at the time there he wants to get things done quickly here. They are probably falling short of the over rate. He wants to get the things done in time quickly. He's pointing at his watch. And that'll be the last over for the day, as South Africa are keen to get a big win in this Group D encounter here, coming in from Narendra Modi Stadium at from Ahmedabad. New Zealand are currently on top of the table in Group D with a positive net run rate of 1.162. This victory might take South Africa all the way to the top, because the deficit is going to be such that 64 required of 6. Definitely they are going on top of the table tonight, South Africa, in the Group D encounter. This time Navneet rocks back, angle into the batter, and he has holed out. Corbin Bosch picking the first wicket of his day. He's been caught in the deep by Tristan Stubbs, I guess. And Navneet has to depart. Wonderful knock. 64 of 49. A well played, staging a lone battle out there in the middle. That was a slower one. Rolled his finger there. Navneet staying on his back foot. Tries to force the shot, and Tristan Stubbs going for the reverse cup, completing an easy catch. Navneet Stubbs, what a knock, gentlemen. 64 of 49. He raises the bat, and the Canadian team receiving him wonderfully well, appreciating his knock. What wonderful shot set display, this gentleman. What stroke play to all those who have missed the game. Please go back and watch the highlights of Navneet's innings. Wonderful back foot punches through the infield, through the offside, through the point region. Wonderful batting there from Navneet. He has to depart, staging a lone war. 150 for 8 Canada. And the new batter in is Sana, tries to go for the big one and completely missing the line and length of the ball. Lot of cricketing action to follow up. Pretty amused that the Bangladesh Cricket Board have started their own league of their own. They have created 3 teams, and they have started their own league of their own to keep their players occupied, especially that they decided to boycott this World Cup. I'm not sure what the tournament is all about. They just want to keep their players fit and just want to keep their players in action and not get upset about not being able to play in this World Cup. I'm not sure about the decision, but nevertheless, a league started there by in-house league started there by Bangladesh Cricket Board. 63 of 3, that's the equation out there. 19.3 overs, 63 runs from 3 balls. Corbin Bosch. ...22 runs, 1 wicket, 3.3 into his last over. He's running into bowl to Hale Iger. This time, wild slog there from Hale Iger. A slower one from Corbin Bosch outside the off stump, early into the shot. Completely misreading the pace of the ball there. 122.5 clicks from Bosch. Wonderfully bowled, and that'll just be a dot ball. What resources Markram has at his disposal. This team can go on to win or come to the finals one again. What depth in the squad. What a wonderful batting lineup. A lot of power hitters, a lot of world-class batters, a lot of world-class pacers, and 2 good world-class all-rounders who have proved their worth especially in the Indian subcontinent, with the likes of Marco Jansen and Corbin Bosch, who can be handy with the bat, handy with the ball, extremely clinical with both bat and ball, with the long handle and with their wonderful bowling. Almost every single bowler out there in the camp, the pacer, generates 140 plus. And here you go, Corbin Bosch, who bowled 120 of the last balls, cranking 144 clicks on this delivery. That's extremely wonderful resources for Markram to have. And with the likes of Rabada bowling Yorkers at 140 plus clicks. Wonderful resources. Last ball of the day coming in, Corbin Bosch. This time he goes short, but the batter goes over the top, over the covers, and he has a smile. He picks up a boundary. Sana picks up his first boundary, and he has a smile on his face, a very fine smile on his face. And South Africa here winning by 57 runs. That's a big win for South Africa. A big margin of 57 runs. Canada 156 for 8 after 20 overs. That'll be just 6 runs off the over as Corbin Walsh finishes 4 overs, 1 for 27. So that's the story out here, gentlemen. From Narendra Modi Stadium from Ahmedabad, South Africa winning this Group D encounter by 57 runs, and I think they're gonna climb on top of the points table with such a big win margin. The net run rate for them was plus 2.850, and New Zealand, who just had plus 1.162, New Zealand will slip down to the second place, and South Africa climb to the top of the Group D. And New Zealand will be playing UAE tomorrow, so they might have a chance to get on top of the table back once again. So that's the game, gentlemen. South Africa winning the game easily, comfortably. Put into bat by Canada. South Africa earlier scoring 213 for 4 in their stipulated 20 overs. Aiden Markram 59 of 32, the captain leading from front. Dismissed by a wonderful catch by Dylan Heilager. If you missed the catch, please ensure you watch the highlights. Wonderful catch picked out of thin air at the long on region. And Ryan Rickleton playing a small cameo, 33 of 21. David Miller and Tristan Stubbs scoring an unbeaten partnership of 75 plus, as Miller 39 of 23 with a strike rate close to 170, and Tristan Stubbs 34 of 19 with a strike rate close to 180, and taking in South Africa to 13 for 4 in the stipulated over of 20 overs. And for Canada, Ansh Patel was wonderful with the ball, 4 overs 31 for 3, including picking up 2 wickets of 1 over, wonderfully setting up Deval Bravis and Ryan Rickleton. Courageously flighted and tossed the ball in the air, tempting in to go for the big one, and taking the ball away from them, and wonderful captaincy there to get those 2 wickets along with Ansh Patel. And that's the South African innings. And in reply, Canada, all they could manage was 156 for 8. So let me put the scorecard for you. 156 for 8, as Dilpreet Bajwa, the captain, dismissed off the first ball of the innings, caught by de Kock when Lungi Engedi, Yuvraj Samra showed good intent in the start. A couple of wonderful shots, but then a poor shot, no footwork there. Nicks it back to the de Kock of Lungi Engedi. But the star of the night in Afghanistan, in the Canada's chase, was Navneet Dhaliwal. 64 of 49, dismissed in the penultimate over. 64 last over, 64 of 49 with a strike rate of 130.661. Don't look at the scorecard, but look at the number of fours. Is it 7 fours and 1 6? Wonderful back foot punches through the infield, especially during the power play and even after the power play through the point region. And Hurst Tucker showing some positive intent there, 33 of 29 with 2 fours and 2 sixes. And that's all the story for the South Africans there. We're coming to the South African. Lungi Engedi, brilliant on this night, picking up 4 for 31. He's bowled wonderfully. Lot of variations out there for Lungi Engedi. And Marco Jansen picking up 2 for 30, and Kagiso Rabada 1 for 40, and Corbin Walsh ending 1 for 27, and Keshav Maharaj very economical there. 4 overs, none for 28. And as expected, the man of the match for today would be Lungi Engedi for his wonderful spell of 4 overs, 4 for 31 with an economy rate of 7.8 years. Beg your pardon, we are no more allowed to say man of the match because it's gender specific. We are no more allowed to say batsman because it's gender specific. The batsman is turned into batter, and the man of the match is turned into the player of the match. The player of the match for today is Lungi Engedi, and he receives the award from the iconic South African legendary fast bowler Dale Steyn. He will be no wonder proud of Lungi Engedi here, handing over the player of the match trophy to Lungi Engedi right here at the Ahmedabad in the Narendra Modi Stadium. Lungi and the Engedi, it's your moment to take. Wonderful spell to go put South Africa on the points board in their first game of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026. The South African camp, the Proteas, will be eager to better the performances from the last World Cup. They were the runner-ups in the last World Cup. They crumbled in the end under pressure. The match was theirs to lose, and India somehow managing to put up a win there in the finals. And South Africa crumbling, choking under pressure there. But this time they would be keen to improve it by one step. They would want to lay their hands on the silverware. They definitely have the team. They definitely have the squad. They definitely have all the backups for all the positions, with the likes of Anric Nokia, George Linde, and Mfaka and Jason Smith warming the bench today. Lot of bowlers, lot of options for Aiden Markram. He is in top form. So is the other batters. Ryan Rickleton is top form. De Kock is in good form. Deval Brave is unfortunate today. He is coming off a good season. David Miller is in good form. Tristan Stubbs is in good form, especially how he won the South African T20 League for the Sunrisers in the chase that day. Marco Jansen, Corbin Bosch have been extremely promising, especially in these conditions in the Indian subcontinent. They have proved time and time again, even during the tour to India recently. Keshav Maharaj bowls wonderfully, and he'll be crucial along with George Linde and Lungi Engiri, gentlemen. He's bowled wonderfully. The man with his variations. He's foxed a lot of bowlers, batters today. The way with which he bowls, the variations, the deceptions he brings in along with his bowling. He has been wonderful tonight, picking up the player of the match once again. And with the likes of Anric Nokia and Quina Mfaka, what resources of fast bowlers the Proteas have in the lineup. With the likes of Kagiso Rabada bowling Yorkers today with the clicks of over 140 plus. Imagine in batter, toe crushing Yorkers coming in at you above the speed of 140 plus kilometers per hour. And that's the strength these guys have. And Aiden Markram will feel extremely proud of the plethora of options he has at his disposal. And Shukri Conrad, the head coach, and JP Dumini, the batting coach, will be wonderfully happy. The Proteas have started the campaign in this game today. Wonderful victory for South Africa. 57-run win, a huge win for them, taking them to the top of the table. And New Zealand will be keen to get back to the top of the table tomorrow as New Zealand take on United Arab Emirates in the 3 p.m. clash at Chennai tomorrow. So that's the end of the game, gentlemen. Hope you all enjoyed the wonderful stream. Please don't forget to hit the like button. Please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. This is a new venture for me, and this is something that I'm learning along the go. Kindly forgive me and excuse me if there's been some mistake from my end. I'm just learning it, and I promise you I will improvise on it going ahead with time. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for being an integral part of the Sports Beyond Cancer. Thank you for being an integral part of the sporting community. Love you all for all the wonderful support you have shown. Please continue your support and keep motivating me, and we'll all uplift one another and show the world the spirit, the power behind the human spirit. Thank you for all the love, and thank you for making me believing in this journey, and thank you for giving me a purpose to wake up every single day to come back and speak to you and to speak about cricket and sports and to talk about the sporting community. That's all I ask for. Thank you for all the love, and thank you for everything you guys have done for me. And to all of you who have asked me about in the past few days to narrate about my cancer journey, I am currently not comfortable to talk about it on this channel till now. I'll definitely talk about it somewhere down the line. Until then, please feel free to know about my cancer story, as I put my personal Instagram profile on the left side of the top left of your screen. Please check out my Instagram page, Saurabh_Chikarito, and please don't hesitate to hit the follow. We'll all build a sporting community. We'll all uplift one another. We'll all talk about sports. Let the life revolve around sports. So that's me, gentlemen. Thank you, wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for joining in for this encounter as South Africa managing a wonderful victory. Hope you loved the stream. Hope you loved your effort. Please don't forget to hit the subscribe button, and please don't forget to join in back tomorrow. I hope you loved this commentary and hope you enjoyed the game. South Africa winning here at the Narendra Modi Stadium. And this is me, Shourabh Vittalmurthy, signing off from Sports Beyond the Cancer. Thank you for all the love. Thank you for all the support. And don't forget to check out my personal Instagram profile, Saurabh_Chikarito. For all the viewers out there who wanted to know more about my cancer story, or anyone who wants, or someone to who's facing the same journey as mine, or someone who's having some hardships in his life, please free. I know how it feels when you have someone to lean on to, or you have someone to hear to you. I'm always there to hear. I'm always there to support. So please click on the Instagram profile that I'll put on top of the left side of the corner. That's me. I'll definitely narrate my cancer story to all you gentlemen one day, as you all requested. Until then, please feel free to look at my story on my personal Instagram profile, Saurabh_Chikarito, and please don't hesitate to hit the follow button. But more importantly, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Every single subscription will aid me to get closer to the 500 mark. As soon as I get closer to the 500 marks, I'll set a target that I'm gonna invest in some gears so that I can get some good animation and statistics on these channels to cover this live sports commentary. So I set a short target of 500, but I'll be keen to get the 1000 marks so that I can get into the YouTube monetization programs that will aid me to generate some funds to look after myself, especially as I enter the remission phase of this phase of my life, 5 cancers at the age of 33. So please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Thank you for all the love you guys have shown me. It makes me believe in myself. It makes me believe in the passion I have for sports, and it makes me believe. I mean, I had lost the faith on this universe, especially with those 5 cancers, but now it makes me believe that there is hope amidst all. Resilience is the way to go, and never ever give up on yourself, and never ever give up on the passion you have. So that's it here from the me trying to continue my passion for sports. Earlier, it feels odd to be sitting inside the room and not in the ground these days. I have been following the sports, covering, taking sports photographs, doing match reports right from the ground. It feels very odd this time to cover it from the virtually through the YouTube. I'm pretty new to YouTube, so kindly excuse me if you feel there's something error or something that's lacking. I definitely promise you I'll improvise over time. South Africa here beating Canada by 57 runs today, and even I'm feel gutted out there to be covering this time from the comfort of my desk. But I'm still fighting for my cause, still fighting for my life, still not giving up on my passion and not settling for anything else. I'm still covering the sports. I'm still giving you the live commentary. I'm still covering sports journalism, this time starting off with cricket, but I promise you I'll be covering multiple sporting verticals across the globe: soccer, tennis, hockey. So that's gonna be a promise from my side, and that has always been my passion, and I would not let any cancer, anything take away the passion away from me. So I want to give it back to the sporting community, and thank you for all the support, and thank you for showing the support of the faith in me. This makes me believe in myself. This is Shourabh Vittalmurthy, and that's the reason, the name behind this channel, Sports Beyond Cancer. Nothing can take sports away from me, not even 5 cancers, not even anything. Sports has always been a part of my life. Sports has been the breath of my life. And here I am this time, though gutted to be covering this time from my desk, giving it to you, the live commentary of all the cricket games and more sporting actions and more analysis to follow. So please help me reach that 500 subscription mark as soon as possible, as I promised myself to get some good animations or good tech so that I can cover this game in a more better manner and bring the content to you in a more channelized way and a more professional way. So that's all, ladies and gentlemen. Please hit the subscribe button. I hope you loved the commentary. Come back tomorrow for more cricketing action. This World Cup is gonna get more and more exciting every single day. A new talent, Navneet, today. Wonderful. He managed to impress me. I'm gonna go back and read about him, his early days, and where does he come from. Navneet Daliwal, wonderful batting today despite the loss. Canada, wonderful. I never knew about Navneet before this game, and I'll be keen to know more about him. I'm definitely gonna try to follow him on all the social handles and see how he has fared, what his previous stats are, and probably try to get some highlights of Navneet from his previous games. So that's me here signing off. It's 10:54 here in India. Thank you to all the viewers for being a part of the Sports Beyond Cancer. This is Shourabh Vittalmurthy. Thank you for all the faith you guys have shown in me. And please check my Instagram profile, the personal Instagram profile, if you want to know more about my cancer story and my cancer journey. And thank you for all the love. We'll be back soon tomorrow. We'll be covering more games, more sporting actions. And to let all you fans know, I'm a Manchester United fan, so we'll be covering a lot of English Premier Leagues too. So that's it from me here, gentlemen. Hope you like the commentary. Kindly forgive me. It's a little bit tough for me to cover the games in Hindi, especially because English has been my natural calling, and I feel comfortable to talk in English rather than Hindi because my sporting words, sporting jargons are comfortable in Hindi. I'm not well accustomed to the sporting jargons, especially in Hindi. So that's the reason I've been continuously speaking in Hindi. It's just coming and pouring out of me. The emotions come out of me, especially I'm watching cricket, any sports. I have been pouring it into the words, pouring it into the media. I have pouring my sports emotions all the way. I have focused my life all through this, and here I am continuing my passion for sports journalism. This is Shourabh Vittalmurthy. For one last time, take care, good night. Thank you for tuning into Sports Behind Cancer. Let's have this strong association between us. Hit the subscribe button and hit the bell icon button. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Have a good sleep. Thank you and take care.